anthem. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone, and thank you, Sister Carmen. Let's have some love in the chat. Please type 111 to acknowledge Sister Carmen and, of course, to acknowledge all of us showing up. Your time is very, very valuable. But very importantly, we are here to discuss matters of the heart. We are celebrating Black history. And if you can, please join us on video. Thank you, Dr. Winston LaRose. Thank you, Ada Erica Harris Madix. Thank you, Michelle Buckland. Being on video, we are here to dialogue. It is Black History
Great.
Month. And yes, we have a special guest. But if you have just joined us, this is our annual Black History Month Symposium, and we are celebrating a special person today. So please type in the chat which city or country, or city and province, or city and state, or district where you're joining from. Wow, wonderful, Dr. Okoli. Please, thank you so much. Everyone is looking amazing. Sister Carmen, do you have a minute so that we can have a photo of everyone the on video, because we'll all look amazing.
Okay, so let me change my view to multi.
Yes. Welcome everyone. Type 11 in the chat for celebrating Carmen. Thank you, Alexandria. You look fantastic. And our wonderful Dr. Jean Augustine has just joined. Wow, amazing, amazing, amazing. So let's get started. Carrie Ann, are you there with our photo? Mama Jean, you are most welcome. We are just about to play our national anthem and lift every voice. But if you're joining us for the first time, this is the Canadian Congress on Inclusive Diversity and Workplace Equity. And we are celebrating Black History Month. Please type in the chat the city and country, or city or province, and city or state where you're joining from. Get in the chat as we start. Friends, we acknowledge today that I am joining you from the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. It's called Epiquet, and today is also known as Prince Edward Island. For over 12,000 years, indigenous people have inherited this land. Many of us are on unceded territory. Unceded meaning stolen land. It's our duty as people of African descent and supporters to honor the land, to honor the people who have come before us. But very importantly, we're reminded that in January 2026, there are so many communities across Turtle Island that live without clean water. Many indigenous people are incarcerated. Many are living below the poverty line. Many are dying from treatable illnesses. And our duty as people of African descent is to do something to live alongside the people who own this land. As newcomers, as settlers, the invitation is to learn more about indigenous culture and to do more. Welcome. That is my land acknowledgement.
Okay, if we could now have the national anthem played and um, our cultural anthem. Do we have that ready to roll? Perfect.
Sure. Please join us, everyone. Sing along.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, a true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Lord, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Please join me and sing along. Lift every voice and sing.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, Thou who hast by Thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in the path we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met Thee. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget Thee. Shadowed beneath Thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land. And let us march on to victory, march on to victory, march on till victory is won.
much.
Oh,
Let's take 5 seconds to reflect on those two songs. And before I hand over, thank you. Before I hand over to Sister Carmen, I also want us to take a moment to reflect and honor the people who have come before us, but very importantly, those who have moved to the next world. At the Canadian Congress, we have so many distinguished speakers. Over the last 12 months, we lost Senator Don Oliver. We lost Senator Murray St. Clair. And this week, the world almost came to a standstill when we lost a social justice icon, Reverend Jesse Jackson. While these are public figures, there are also those who are not public, but they've moved to the next world. Let's take a moment of silence to honor their work and their memories. Five, four, three, two, one. Thank you very much. Over to you, Sister Carmen. Thank you.
thank you so much for allowing us to hear those rallying songs. They do lift our spirits. I have met Mr. Phipps and I have his first album, and there's just something about a way a person can bring resonance and a sentiment to life, and I think he just does it. That's his gift to the world. And so I appreciate both those rallying songs for different reasons, obviously. The latter one was very poignant to our own history, moments of joy, moments of reflection. Yeah, so without any further ado, though, because time is moving on, I'm going to hand over to Alex, who is going to give us our welcome message, and then we'll be followed by my introduction of our guest speaker of honor, and then Alex will then proceed to have the fireside chat with her. But Alex, over to you for now.
Wow. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Hope you can all hear me.
Yes, we can.
Mute all. Okay, so thank you so much for being here. This is our 6th annual Black History Month Symposium. It's very significant because every now and then, as a people, as a race, as humans, we find ourselves in a crossroad, right? I'm working on my TED book, which is basically done. And there's a passage there that I want to reference. There's a fine lady called Miriam Williamson. Some of you may know of her. She wrote a book, A Return to Love, which I think everybody should read. I read it and I returned to love over 2 decades ago. And she referenced the fact that every creation has an evolution, right? The dinosaurs did and every other thing did. It says, but at a certain point, when that evolution is going on, if we don't make significant changes, we become extinct. If we don't make significant changes, we become extinct. That caught my attention. And she went on to say, the challenges we are faced with today cannot be resolved by AI. The challenges we are faced today cannot be resolved even with policy. It can be resolved with compassion. My goodness, can somebody just type compassion on the chat? It can be resolved with love. Can somebody type love? What do you think is going to resolve the challenges we are faced with? Do I need to name it all? Put them on the chat. Don't just say compassion, love, kindness. What is that one value that you find missing in the corridors of power today? And call them as they are, including the White House, including the Red House, the Green House, the Yellow House, the Black House. What is that one word that you are going to take away? Coming to celebrate Black history is good. But when are we going to start, as Mama Jean would say, Black history is Canadian history? When are we going to just lump them together and we celebrate Black history, Indigenous history, Chinese history, this one history? When are we going to do that? Policies, we have done policies and policies and policies, nothing is moving. We keep finding ourselves right where we started. Allow me to reference Nelson Mandela's speech he gave on February 11th. Today is February 19th. So just a few days ago, 1990, after 27 years of incarceration, Nelson Mandela said, friends, elders, leaders, young visionary, everyone, I stand before you not as a prophet, but as a humble servant of you, the people. And that is what I want my own personal legacy to be. I stand before you not as a prophet, not as a speaker, not as a coach, not as a strategist. I stand before you as a humble servant of you, the people. Those words from Nelson Mandela, spoken on February 11, 1990, after 27 years of incarceration, were not words of revenge. They were not words of bitterness like we see today. They were words anchored in dignity, in discipline, in love for the people who had suffered long, but refused to surrender their humanity. Today, as we open the 6th annual Black History Month Symposium, we gather in the same spirit, my friends. We gather knowing that the chains may have changed forms. They are no longer on our neck anymore. They may be on our hands. They may be on our career, on our bank account, on our credit rating. The chains are still there, but the struggle for equity, justice, and full belonging is not over. We still confront systemic barriers. We still wrestle with economic disparities, educational gaps, racial profiling. Look at what the ICE are doing in the US. We keep pointing to the US. It's happening here. There was a lawyer who went to court here and was literally humiliated just for being Black. We are still confronted with this and the quiet exhaustion that comes from having to prove our excellence over and over and over again. We have to do much more just to get a little bit more than other people are getting with much less. We still feel the sting of underrepresentation in the boardrooms, in the media, in the policy rooms, where decisions about our lives are being made without us. And yet, we are here. Mandela reminded the world that even after decades behind bars, his commitment was to peace, to reconciliation, to building a nation where all could live with dignity. He chose love as a strategy. He chose unity as strength. He chose vision as vengeance. This is my call to you today, my friends. Those of you right here on Zoom and those of you watching on YouTube or wherever you're watching this from, or those of you who are going to watch this 100 years later, given that YouTube is still there, right? So we do not deny the pain. We do not minimize the wounds. We honor them. We name them, but we refuse to be defined solely by them. Black history is not just a catalog of suffering. It is a testament to resilience, to brilliance, to innovation, to faith, to culture, to leadership, and to relentless hope, as you are going to hear from the fine lady who 30 years ago made the historic motion that Black history should be recognized in Canada. Only 30 years ago. I was already an adult 30 years ago. Should the motion be made 30 years ago, or that should have just been what they recognized from the beginning? But she did. So we stand on the shoulders of those who endured so we can advance. We honor those who marched, who legislated, who fought, who preached, who organized. The likes of, Honorable Dr. Augustine, we are going to make, the likes of Senator, Don Oliver, who's passed, the likes of, Senator Maurice Sinclair, Not just black people, white people, green people, yellow people, every kind of, but we stand on their shoulder. And this is what Mama will often say. So we honor them all. Even as we come together today, it is our turn. Tell somebody, if this was another, I say, tell somebody it's your turn. You can say it, put it on the chat. It's your turn. Not me, your turn. It's your turn. Not simply to remember Black history, but to make it. It's your turn to make history. Let this symposium, therefore, be more than reflection. Let it be more than recommitment. Let it be coalition building. If you agree, say yes on the chat. Let it be allyship strategy. If you agree, put on the chat. Let it be strategy for peace. Put on the chat. Yes, yes, yes. Let it be scholarship, solidarity, and love in action. Because love, my friends, I have learned, and I'm still learning, is not weakness. Love is discipline. Love is courage. Love is the refusal to be coalition building. The love is the refusal to dehumanize others, even when we have been dehumanized, even as that continues. So as we begin, may we carry the spirit of freedom, not just as a political condition, but as a moral imperative. May we live here today, when it's all said and done, strengthened, connected, and determined to build communities and institutions and nations worthy of the sacrifices that brought us to this moment. Nelson Mandela said it's a long road to freedom. The long walk, therefore, continues. And as we walk together, let us talk together. Let us pray together. Let us love together. Let us play together. Let us work together. Let us strategize together. I declare this open. It's my honor to do that. And I pray that the good Lord that has given us life will give us the strength and the resilience to persevere like never before. Before I call in Carmen to introduce Mama Jean, it's a great honor. I decided to pass the honor to my people. I love to do it myself. Before I do that, I want to also honor, Dr. Winston Laros. He's here. You guys will hear from him right after Mama Jean. Is Dr. Laros, a legend in his own right. Me and him have been going back and forth, back and forth. It's the effort to put him on this Zoom. Only God could have done that. And right after that, we're also going to have Chief Pira Slowly, who was the first Black chief of Ottawa Police. And more than that, they are more than the titles they have. So I thank you all for being here. And I thank you especially the speakers, the panelists, the Fireside chatters, and my beautiful and amazing team. You guys continue to bear with me. I'm hard to bear with, so I understand that. All right, so thank you so much. Over to you, Carmen.
Wow, can we give Alex some love? Throw the hearts and the claps on this giant of a man who stands. I like to kind of, like, Kevin Hart is small in stature but mighty in what he does, and our Alex is the same. If you didn't see him and you heard his bounding voice, you think you'd be looking at a 6 foot giant or whatever. So, please just love on this gentleman who does so much to bring all of this together. Yes. So without further ado, because I am a timekeeper, I'm going to. I have the honor. Thank you, Alex, for giving that to me or allowing me to do that. I am pleased and excited to introduce our guest of honor this morning, or one of our guests of honors this morning, the Right Honourable Dr. Jean Augustine. She stands as one of Canada's most influential champions of equity, education, and social justice. Born in Grenada and arriving in Canada as a young woman, she transformed determination into a lifetime of groundbreaking achievements. She's a trailblazer whose impact on Canada's social and political landscape is both profound, enduring, and legendary, I would say. Dr. Jean Augustine has spent her life expanding opportunity, advancing equity, and opening doors that once seemed firmly closed. After emigrating from Grenada, she built a remarkable career as an educator, community advocate, and national leader. She made history as the first Black woman elected to Canada's House of Commons. Let's just let that sink in for a moment. She made history as the first Black woman elected to Canada's House of Commons, and later the first Black woman appointed to the federal cabinet, reshaping what representation looks like at the highest levels of government. Her leadership and advocacy were instrumental, as Alex had already mentioned, in establishing February as the Black History Month in Canada, a milestone that continues to shape national conversations about identity, heritage, and belonging. Beyond politics, she has championed education, youth empowerment, and community development through the Jean Augustine Center and countless initiatives that reflect her unwavering commitment to social justice. Honorable Jean Augustine's story is not just one of personal triumph, it's a testament to the power of courage, service, and unwavering commitment to justice. Please join me in welcoming a visionary leader, a tireless advocate, and a woman whose legacy continues to inspire generations, the Honorable Dr. Jean Augustine. Please show her some love. Thank you. Over to you, Alex.
She made history time and time again, including when she was made the first Black woman MP in Canada. And only 2 years later, Jean Augustine introduced a motion to bring Black History Month here to our country. The trailblazer says she read a simple paragraph back on that day, 1995, that got to the heart of what she wanted to say.
This House take note of the important contribution of Black Canadians to the settlement, the growth, and the development of Canada. The diversity of the Black community in Canada, the importance of the history of Canada.
25 years after that motion was officially recognized, Black History Month is celebrated Canada-wide, and Jean Augustine continues to elevate the importance of celebrating and recognizing the work of all Black heroes around the world, especially those from Canada.
In Canada, our heroes and heroines and people who have excelled in all kinds of fields, from medicine to philosophy, to music and entertainment and whatnot. And so we need to have our young people know that history rather than always looking to the South for that mentorship and that role model.
And celebrate our Black Canadian heroes.
Yes.
Her name proudly displayed on the front of a school in the Greater Toronto area, Jean Augustine Secondary School, celebrating the trailblazer who occupied a series of roles during her time in office, including Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
As we head into Black History Month, I think it's important for all of us to examine our own prejudices, to examine our own relationships, to ask ourselves, are we allies to ensuring that others are full participant in everything in the society?
And our interview with Jean Augustine can be found on our website, citynews.ca. And ahead on City News, trailblazing in politics, the doors that have been opened, and the long road to equality.
Wow. Come on. Emojis, love. Actually, I'm going to do something crazy here. I'm going to unmute everybody. Unmute yourself and scream as much as you can. Unmute yourself. Scream. Come on. Unmute yourself, somebody. Go ahead.
Woo! Thank you.
That's not loud enough. Come on. Scream. One more time. Come on. That's not loud enough. Go ahead.
Woo!
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
We love you.
Absolutely. Mama Jean. Henry, pin Mama Jean on the screen and put me on the screen. Let's begin our dialogue. And please, our protocols observe, nobody take away the right to unmute everybody. So, Henry, are you there? Yes. let's make sure nobody interrupts this. So just take out that. Okay. Mama Jean, you may unmute. We'll give you the right to do so right now, please. Yes. Yeah. Mama Jean, you're still muted. Okay, so thank you so much. Well, let's dive right into it because she's on a time crunch. She told me, Alex, I gotta go to another event. Mama, you are looking stunning. Like you're looking stunning. Absolutely. I have learned something. I learned a lot from you and from those I stand on their shoulder. The more you are driven by purpose, love, kindness, and compassion, the more stunning you become, even as you age. That's a fundamental fact. What's the secret? Why don't we start from there? Tell us the secret. How can we look young like you?
It has something to do with genes and
Ah!
something to do with being born in Grenada, the island
Oh,
of spice, the organic island.
so I was born in Nigeria, so I missed it already.
It's also a way of living and thinking. And you said a few things earlier about love and positivity. And I think, I try to not sweat the small stuff and not let the external things disturb my equilibrium.
Wow, thank you for that advice. Somebody, a friend of mine, was giving me that advice yesterday. And the person says, Alex, I think you're letting this thing sometimes get into your head, whatever is going on across the border. And so I'm working on that. We watched something on YouTube. I'm working on that to not sweat the small stuff. But Mama, when we say small stuff, what we're seeing right now is that small stuff, big stuff? Do we sweat it? Don't we sweat it? I'm talking about the bashing of blacks. I'm talking about the global leadership crisis. Many people, I find, so for example, I make a post and the post is true, but people are scared to put even like or putting I support this, and they send me an inbox message and say, yeah, that's true and stuff. But then those who disagree because they are on the other side of the aisle, as they call them, they just lash out. So how you have been in that position basically for, I won't say maybe now anymore, but when you were coming, people will oppose you. There's a fine gentleman here. I hope he gets the time to say hello because he came specifically for you, Lennox Halford, right? He talks about when you were in the Toronto housing. So you wrote policies, you wrote this. How do we not sweat it? Or how do we manage the sweating of it?
Alex, maybe I can just rewind a few things that I've been saying as I make speeches around the 30 years of Black History Month in Canada. What I've been doing in the circles that I have had the privilege to enter was remind us of who we are as Canadians so that we can ground ourselves in that history and in that knowledge. I came here in 1960, as you know, when there was just so much lacking in the society. As I keep, and many of you have heard me say this time and again, no Charter of Rights and Freedom, no Landlord and Tenant Act, no Human Rights Commission with complaints procedures, no school board talking to us about our children, no police, community relations, etc., etc., etc. And many of you have heard me speak about what it was like in the 60s and the 70s, and the advocacy and the activism that had to happen to have us say, we need to see faces out there in the public sphere so that they could be models for our children. The old saying, if you don't see it, you can't be it. We needed to make sure that media and other communication outlets had ways to tell our stories. We needed to make sure of who we were in Canadian society and what was Canadian society saying about the coming of people from all different parts of the world making up this Canada. And by 1971, and I keep reminding people of this because this is what I ground myself in, what we have done and what we've committed to. By 1971, we had gone across the country, and we used to do this quite often, go and with questionnaires asking people to respond. And the question was, who are we? Are we just English and French? And the answers came back, and we decided that we were a diverse, multicultural, multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious society. And we said in 1971, yes, we answered yes. This was our boast as Canada. This is who we are. And we buttressed that 1971 with a whole series of policies and envelopes and legislation to ensure that who we say we are could be, the entire Canadian society can understand that. And then by 1982, we went further to say, almost like teenagers, give us back our Constitution, Britain, bring it back here. And Queen Elizabeth came, we brought, it was called repatriation. We repatriated our Constitution because it was written in about 1863, 64, leading to Confederation, written by men. At the same time, by 1982, we say, okay, let's have our Constitution back in Canada. And when we got our Constitution back and we read it, we said it's missing a whole series of things that we have implemented in terms of policy. It is missing the fact that we are who we said we were in 71, diverse, multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious. And we said the Constitution cannot just stand as it is. And we amended it. We amended it with what we call the Charter of Rights and Freedom.
Wow.
Right? And Section 15. It's not a long amendment, but one, and those amendments are numbered. And the 15 is the one that says, you cannot discriminate against me on the basis of my age, my race, my gender, my nationality, my place of origin. And then I was fortunate to be in the House when we added 2 words, sexual orientation. And we said, yes, 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 all across this country as Canadians. We said, this is who we are. This is what we believe. These are the rules by which we would live and support. And the workings of our government, as upheld by our Constitution and by this amendment, would speak to how we relate to each other, how we respect each other, how we work towards that diverse, inclusive society where everyone would have that sense of belonging, that everyone would have the right to be in the marketplace and the workplace in all settings with their true selves. And we chose not to be a melting pot. We chose to be a society built on the respect for diversity. And over and over and over, as we see the challenges, as we see the winds blowing from the south to the north, creating erasures, denials, changing some of the things that we put in place to ensure that our society would work for all in the society. And so I ground myself in that rather than watch the meanderings on a daily basis, watch the kind of behaviors that are occurring, watch the way in which things are being influenced, that what we agreed that we would make sure that in the boardroom of in every one of our boardrooms across our nation, we'll make sure that there are the voices and the faces. And we
Wow.
have a lot of stats and research that shows that when all our voices are there, when we're all able to participate, when we're all able to ensure that we bring to the front those issues that are creating dissonance in different parts of our country, then we recognize that with all the voices in there, that we can make some changes and we can work towards. And I keep talking about a path that really we're not there yet, and that it's a work in progress. And to the DEI and all the stuff that we've been engaged with as Canadians is really to help that work in progress so that we can reach that fair, inclusive, diverse society that we all want.
Wow, 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 wow. Like you said a lot of things even I did not know, and I've studied you for a long time. So let me say some things, and please correct me if I'm completely off. I know you will anyway. You always do that. So all these things you're saying, these were pre the motion then. No, motion is 1995. You talk of 1971. You talk of 19. So the motion was just the icing on the cake, as they say, because you had been building it. Is that what I'm hearing you, Mama Jenny?
Yes, the motion came out of the belief of who we are in the society and the affirmation of who we were, of what Canadian society is. And if we say we were a mosaic of diverse peoples, etc., and if you have to tell Canada's story, you cannot omit the story of some of its peoples. You cannot omit the story of the African Canadian presence. You cannot deny that in 1603 we had the first Black man identified as Matthew de Costa coming on the shores of Canada on an expedition with Champlain. And you cannot deny that we United Empire loyalists enslaved the enslaved people with them. We cannot deny that there was enslavement and the buying and selling of people in Canada. Afua Cooper's the burning of Angelique, and other historians have been doing the work that shows us who we are and the history of African Canadians. And here I was in Toronto teaching, and there was nothing in the textbook about Indigenous people. I learned nothing coming in as an immigrant about the various nations, about their relationship with the crown, about land, about residential schools. Nothing of that and those things were in the textbook. And I was teaching social studies. I was hanging out with people from Nova Scotia who were 6th and 7th generation African Canadians. I was hanging out with people from southwestern Ontario whose history is a long one. And yet there was nothing, there were few things, sideline or footnote about the Underground Railroad and about the Canada as the North Star. And so to tell a fulsome story, it's important that we tell the story of Africa. And this is why I keep saying Black History Month is not just for Black people. Black history is Canadian history.
Yes, you've always
tell a fulsome story of Canada and omit Black history, the history of African Canadian people, for the contributions that they're making. And this is why the motion went right to the point. The point of what we committed to in 71, what we committed to when we amended, and all the policy directions and all the things that we've done as Canadians over the years to ensure this inclusive, diverse society.
Wow. So for those of you on the line, I know many of you are consultants on the line. You don't just go there and make a policy or make a motion, so to speak, in your workplace. The groundwork, you heard her, the groundwork is intense. So, Mama Jean, people know you for a lot for this historic motion, and rightly so. My research turns up many other motions you made that people may not know. What are some you love to share with us? So that we know that, okay, you didn't just go there to make a Black History motion. That was great, but I know some. I will let you share the one that you want
Well,
to share.
I think that I was looking at my sister Cheryl and Michelle and the other women who are on there. I think it's important for them to know that the history of women in the Parliament of Canada and in Canada's history is really not one that we completely very proud of. By 1970, we only had one woman in the House of Commons. By 72, 75, I think we moved up to about two, three to five. And the greatest number of women came into the House of Commons in 1993, that year that I was elected. We brought to the House of Commons in 1993 two new political parties. Prior to that, we had the NDP, we had the Liberals, and we had the Conservatives. By 1993, we brought the Reform Preston Manning and the Reform Party, and we also brought the Bloc Québécois. So here, those two parties coming with the Liberals brought a fair number of women to the House of Commons. Prior to, and again, when one talks history, it means going back and forth. By the late 80s, early 90s, there was some concern about the lack of women in various places in the society. A lot of conversations around glass ceiling. And at the same time, the knowledge that the Scandinavian experience was such that you had women in those areas in high places, heading governments and in the boardrooms of the 500 fortune companies, etc. And what we found out and what the discussion was in the late 80s was that to really make a difference for women, we had to have a critical mass, and a critical mass is 30%. And so political parties were looking for trying to make the candidates or their lineup of candidates to have 30% women. And this is how I think, got into the nudging and the cajoling so that parties could make the 30% women. At the same time, we had, once we got there, I was chair of Women's Caucus in Parliament for 3 terms. Each time my colleagues kept electing me to that office. At the same time, the history of women who had helped to change laws go back to the story of 1925, the late 1920s, when we had some women from Western Canada who were asking and being almost suppliants to say, why aren't we electing or nominating women for the Senate of Canada? And the rule came back time and again. They challenged the rule time and again. The ruling was that women were not persons in law. Women were chattels of their husbands or their fathers and whatever. But in law, they were not persons. And so this group of women, and I'll call them, I think they were called the Famous Five, women who had tea parties and did different things to raise money and were challenged. And a lot of them who had husbands and relative men who did not want to see them get into that kind of struggle. And so they started having something, instead of having just a party to raise funds, they started having teas because men wouldn't come to the tea, come to have. So that's how they raised most of their money. And they went to England because they lost at 2 or 3 levels at the provincial level. So they went to England, where our constitution, as I said earlier, was held, and pleaded the case that they are poor women are persons. And it's a long story, but in the end, the head of the Privy Council, who was a man who was raised by a single mother, who had just passed away, and he was mourning his mother's passing. And there were the Canadians coming into the room, making the case that women were not persons. The myth says that the case was over in about a minute and a half. He told the Canadians, "You go back and, because women are indeed persons in law, and therefore some of the rights, the voting and being able to be appointed to the Senate and to several government places, etc." So I pushed the motion because walking around the House of Commons, there were no women. There was one picture of a woman, and she was one of the speakers. I just lost her name. Jean Sauvé. And apart from that, all the walls, all the paintings, all the whatever around the House of Commons were men. And so when I was approached by some of the group of women who are supporters of the Famous Five from Calgary, to get the motion to put a statue of the women on Parliament Hill. When I put that motion, when I started to work on the motion, I was told that only dead monarchs, parliamentarians who were nation builders, statues could be on Parliament Hill. And so, working with Sheila Copps, who was the Minister of Canadian Heritage, we rescinded that 17-something statute and replaced it with my motion. And my motion asked that the statue of these women be placed on Parliament Hill. And to this day, that's the only statue around Parliament Hill depicting women. So I'm very proud of that motion and the outcome of that, because again, it was a message in the Black History Month that we all should be included in Canadian history. And the motion for the Famous Five statue to be on the Hill is again pushing the nation into recognizing the place of women in the society. So these are two motions that have created synergies throughout our country, policy decisions, legislation, and acknowledgement by all of us as to who we are and the struggles in the nation building of efforts of Canada.
Wow, Mama Jean, I'm learning, and I quickly just queried, ChatGPT on your behalf, because I'm sure there are some motions that you perhaps don't even remember. And here's what ChatGPT said. ChatGPT says, if you're asking for every single motion tabled by Honorable Jean Augustine, that will require a full Hansard and parliamentary record extraction. It says, but I can confidently tell you this, I'm quoting ChatGPT, Motion M46, 1995, recognizing February as Black History Month in Canada. That was adopted unanimously and remains her most well-known motion. Number 2, Bill C-281, 2001, an act to designate December 2nd in each and every year as the day of the abolition of slavery in Canada. People don't talk about this. That's significant. This received royal assent in 2001 and established a National Day of Recognition. Number 3, advocacy on employment equity and anti-racism. She was deeply involved in debates, motion related to employment equity, systemic discrimination, multiculturalism, and youth justice reform during her tenure. Number 4, motions and interventions related to immigration, human rights, and education. Right, and it goes on, and of course, I said, what about sickle cell, ChatGPT, and it says the Honorable Jean Augustine introduced a private members motion in the House of Commons of Canada to recognize June 19 as National Sickle Cell Awareness Day. That motion called onto the House to recognize that day and blah, blah, blah. Was a significant.
I'm not too sure that I can take credit for that one, but
Yeah.
what I can take credit for is standing up in the House and bringing the issue of sickle cell to the attention of parliamentarians and to the Minister of Health and the Ministry of Health.
Which is significant,
and
Mama.
no conversation, no research dollars, no support, and very little knowledge about sickle cell anemia and what that was. And that created, my bringing that to the fore, created quite a lot of policy and research and whatnot. And I also must thank, because again, when you do things and you are pulled on the rug, where did you get your information? How did you get your information? How do you know this? Are you a doctor? Etc., etc. And then I remember, many of you may have heard his name, Jimmy Karagianis.
Yes, no.
At one point, when I was really being put on the rug, stood and said he knows a little about sickle cell because there were people from the Greek and other communities suffer from that. So that again created a measure of allyship and support as we began to move the issue forward. But the opportunity, Alex, in the House of Commons, um, one of the things that you can do is go with the flow, go where everybody is going. By 1995, everyone was going with, we had come out of the GST and the fiscal situation of Canada around debt and deficit. We had gone through the push around the things like softwood lumber and boneless beef and yogurt and ice cream, those trade issues. And daily in the House of Commons, the conversation, the debates, the whatever was around those issues. And I found it difficult with the passion I had in my belly coming from Metro Toronto housing, coming from community organizing as an advocate and an activist and so many issues. I just couldn't get into the debate about boneless beef or yogurt and ice cream. And further, I knocked at thousands of doors in Tobico Lakeshore, and nobody said, Jean, when you get to Ottawa, make sure you vote for boneless beef. I really couldn't get into that. And so the social justice issues, the community issues, the things that would make the society advance along the social justice lines. Those are the things. I was on the Immigration Committee. I was chair of Foreign Affairs International Trade. I was involved with population and development issues, looking at Africa and looking at support. I started parliamentary committees, whether it's Canada, Caribbean parliamentary, or very much engaged with Canada, Cuba, or the Canada, Africa, just getting colleagues together to focus in those areas so that I did not get into the run of the mill. It's not that I wasn't concerned about that. I voted and supported, but at the same time, I felt that as the Black face there, as the African Canadian woman there, in a place built by men to do men's work, that I can find those niches to make a difference. And a lot of people in the community don't know the day-to-day, the working of committees, the input, the work that had to happen when we were cutting back on all social programs because of our fiscal thing at the time, and my work to make sure that single mothers, protected, and a whole series of things that one uh, one does as an advocate within, and at the same time, remember that I'm a member of the government, and therefore the noises that I can make, most of it was in a fashion and in a way that you are not standing up and upsetting in any partisan way the government that you're sitting with.
Which you do very, very well. That's one of the things I admire about you. Like, you can stand in the midst of two enemies and you still get what you want and walk away without burning any bridges. So you are going to tell us the secret to that. But listen, I know some of you want to ask questions. I'm going to bring in Carmen in a minute to facilitate that. Put your question on the chat, because I don't want to, like, I have 1 million questions, but put your question on the chat. Carmen will come in and pick some of those questions to ask. And the one she can't get into because she has to leave very soon, I will work with her to send you a written response to that. Like, that's mama for you. Please, and put your love sign and emoji. You are looking at, a legend. I'm just falling in love with you. I just talking. I'm like, I think I told you almost 30 years ago, first time I was in a community event, I saw you speaking. I'm like, who's this woman? You just walked in there, nailed it. I'm like, oh my, I said, God, I would love to meet her. Nobody introduced me. And to say now that you are my mama, that's a great honor. So let me ask you one more question, and then I'll bring in a Carmen to facilitate that. Before I do that, the sickle cell one, there's a paragraph that I just need to read in honor of you and your work. The reason is I lost a lot of friends to sickle cell when we were kids. There was a former governor of my state, lost 4 kids to sickle cell. So we didn't know what it was. The kids were just dying. And then we started to know what it was. So when I came here and heard that you brought a lot of awareness to it, I was really interested. So the motion that you made to recognize June 19 as a National Sickle Cell Awareness, it says this was significant because sickle cell disease disproportionately affect people from Africa, Caribbean, Middle East, Mediterranean, South Asian descent. I didn't even know that, actually. For decades, it was underfunded, under-researched, under-recognized within the Canadian health system. Jean Augustine's motion elevated it from a marginalized health issue to a nationally acknowledged concern. Put love sign on that chat. Put 11111. Let's recognize her.
I just want to correct the record.
Okay.
My intervention on sickle cell laid the ground for what came later with the announcement of the day.
Okay. Yes.
I think that if I did not bring it to the House of Commons, if I did not have colleagues debating and talking about it, if I did not have Alan Rock, who was the Minister of Health at the time, try to check the thing, if I did not have the support of people like Lily Johnson and others in Toronto who had a Sickle Cell Association group, if I did not have later on the work that I did with Lanray, I forget Lanray's last name right now, and others, and laid the basis for the research, the funding, the whatever else. Later on, Lanray worked with the Senate and with other parliamentarians to get the June 19th. But I was not kind of the one to do the June 19th.
Good. Thank you, ma'am, for that. So, my last question before I bring in Carmen to ask other people's questions. And by the way, I know some of you know her personally, so put your comment there because we won't have the time for you to engage her directly. Just put your comment, Mama Jean, I know you from here, blah, 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 or encouraging comments. We'll read it or we'll compile it to her. So you have been in leadership literally all your life, right? So first Black woman elected to the House of Commons in 1993. First Black Canadian woman to serve as Federal Minister of the Crown. Member of Parliament at Etobicoke Lakeshore. Parliamentary Secretary. Minister of State Multiculturalism Status of Women. Ontario's first Fairness Commissioner. Teacher, Toronto Catholic District School Board. Principal. Chair, Metro Toronto Housing. National President, Congress of Black Women of Canada. Volunteer and blah, blah. Urban Alliance on Race and Leadership, board member, York University, the Hospital for Sick Kids, Stephen Lewis, Toronto Harbourfront, so much. I fished everything that I could find online. Mama Jean, how would you define leadership in your own words? Very short, but you are about to give a quote that I'm going to use for a lot of presentation. According to Mama Jean, leadership is, my own, I often say leadership is the spirit that can only be ignited by purpose, sustained by passion, and guided by principle. How would you describe it?
Well, I'm
Leadership.
I'm not going to describe leadership because I think every one of the folks that you have on are people who are in leadership and who are working towards, their own place within their organizations. But what I will tell you, when I was 3 years old, in Grenada, they took you into school very, very early. And I was at age 3, I had learned to read some words. Went with my grandmother to a hall somewhere. I don't even know what it was. It's a long time ago. And in that hall, they had a big banner around the hall. And those words are what has propelled me over the years. I was able at age 3 to read those words.
Which were?
Words are, if it's to be, it's up to me.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I was so happy I was able to read those words. They were all 2 letters. If it's to be, it is up to me. And I kept nudging my grandmother with pride that I can read those words. But not only that was I able to read those words, but I understood at age 3.
Wow.
And this is the way that have propelled my life. So if you want to call that leadership, is the fact that I cannot sit back with my arms folded. I cannot sit back and say, let Alex do it. Let Sophia do it. Let Carrie Ann do it.
Wow, wow.
I have their sleeves rolled up. And for me, leadership is not being in the front always, but the ability to listen, the ability to also be in the back, because a good leader is also a good follower.
Yes, yes. Wow. Mama, what you said is so significant. I never looked at it like that. My own, when I say this, I shiver. I was driving one day years ago and I saw a sticker in the back of a car. The sticker looked like the guy was giving the finger. So I was angry. I'm like, who puts a sticker giving the finger to the guy behind you? I drove close to it. Here's what I said. And thank God I could read too. And it says, you have to raise your hand to be counted. Before then, I don't ask questions in meetings. I just keep quiet. Before, I'm serious. Since then, I don't go into a meeting, you don't know I showed up. I ask questions or I give an encouraging statement. And I can say that that quotation, I don't know who said it, has inspired me to always raise my hand and speak up. So with that said, I know we can keep it forever, but Carmen, I wanted you to say hello to, what is it, Dr. Winston LaRose. Henry, can you bring him on to quickly say hello to Mama? They are friends, they know each other. If he's still there, I think he's there. Carmen, where are you coming? Where's Carmen?
His video is off.
Okay.
All right.
Dr. LaRose, I know you're listening. Quickly unmute yourself so you say hello to your dear friend. Yeah, I know 2 of you know well.
I have Honeywell.
Honeywell.
I have another Zoom.
Yes, you have to go. So Carmen, quickly so that Mama can head out.
Sorry, can you just clarify, when do you have to go, Dr. Augustine? What time, just so I know how to moderate?
Well, I should leave at 10 o'clock because their program is 10:30.
All right. So
together. So we have about 9 minutes.
9 minutes, perfect. So everyone, if you could just join me in thanking Alex and Mama Jean for that wonderful fireside chat. Please show some love, admiration, and acknowledgement for the conversation that we've just had. all that was shared, all of the milestones, all of the struggles, the advocacy, all of that came to bear in that conversation. So thank you so much. And again, I am mindful of the time. So what I'd like you to do, I do see a couple of questions in the chat. Kerry, where is my co-anchor, Carrie Ann? Carrie Ann, there are a couple of questions there. And I would encourage all of us, if we want to just throw some questions in that chat real quick. And also, if you have any thoughts, anything that you learned for the first time, throw that in the chat as well. And Alex will be able to collate all of that. But Carrie Ann, what questions do you see there in the chat? Just because I'm looking at the main screen right now. I think there were two. Would you like to go ahead and just share that first question for me?
Thank you, Dr. Jean Augustine. Thank you, Carmen. One was on leadership. Share your leadership as Fairness Commissioner. And I guess you talked about if it's to be, it's up to me. The rest are...
Important, Carrie Ann, that I say a little bit to your audience about the Fairness Commission. I was asked by the government of Ontario to head something they call the Fairness Commission, a one-page legislation, one page. And I had to define what that was. And it was about the regulatory bodies in the province of Ontario. At the time, I think there were about 44 bodies that regulate the professions. They were called colleges. The College of Physicians and Surgeons, the College of Nurses, College of Teachers, College of Pharmacists, etc., etc. And they're the ones who regulate. And what we found were that there were people who were qualified, and the newspapers were carrying stories about doctors sweeping offices, engineers driving cabs, etc., etc. And so the general idea was, how do we make those professions recognize the qualifications of individuals who were coming before them? And that was the work I started and did with the staff at the corner of Dundas and Bay Street, the Fairness Commission. I got some offices there. And not only did we put some rules around the recognition of credentials of individuals, but we also got the professions all engaged. And the work we did spread from one province to the next, to the next. Wow. And then we had Europeans coming to see what we were doing. And we had, in no time at all around the world, especially in countries that were receiving immigrants or people who were traveling the world with their certification, we came up with a way of identifying. A lot of people would tell you that they got into their profession simply because of the work we did in the Fairness Commission.
Yeah. Another question I have here is, what is one policy that you wish we could implement today?
Well, the policy that I would like to see the world understand is the issue of where Alex started, the issue of love and respect, and acknowledging that we are 8.1 million people in the world, and each one of us is a person of worth and dignity, and each of us has a place in that to make the world a better, and it goes back to, again, if it's to be, it's up to me. Each one of us has to participate, has a right to be allowed to participate, and that all of our voices be heard. So I'm not too sure how you legislate love,
right?
Because it is one of those things that you can make rules to ensure that people are protected and but you cannot change hearts and minds through in a way in which you can make legislation for other things.
Yeah, so sorry to Comment. Mama, your last question would be, I see that I should have asked you that because it's one of what I would ask you, how you describe your legacy. A lot of people are going to describe it in so many ways because they knew you in so many compartments. So keep that question for the last minute. Over to you,
Yes,
Carmen.
I do have it there. Another question has come in. As a resident of Brampton, where will the policies or charter be relevant here?
Well, I'm not a resident of Brampton.
No,
No,
she is.
not the person that's posing the question. Yeah.
When I listen to the news and I listen to, I see the headlines and whatnot, I think that there's a lot of work that has to be done in communities with communities in that area. We know, for example, and I saw my brother there for a while, the reputation that there was around, Jane and Finch, in those early years, my goodness. And so we had to work as community to show the good people who live there, the positive things that were happening there, the ability of individuals to raise families and whatnot, and the things in the system that were deterring the full participation of individuals and were keeping people in situations, people in the socioeconomic difficult situation, making the case for them their situation more difficult, and working with legislations and policies and good people and allies to ensure, and also working with the media. And when I was chair of Metro Toronto Housing, I had to work with the media a good deal because the way they wrote about things that happened in public housing. And the same thing happened in, let's say, Forest Hill, and it's reported in a different way.
Right.
There's a way of knocking politely on the door, and there's another way of just kicking the door in. And so once one started to bring those issues to the fore, and communities start organizing and speaking up, and support is given to ensure that the community is safe, support is given to those individuals with responsibility to protect.
Right.
we we can move some of those stories from negative to positive side, and also working with the education system and the schools to make sure that teachers also understand that.
Okay, thank you so much. There are a few more questions, but the last question, I think, just in the interest of your time, what lasting words would the Honorable Dr. Jean Augustine like to leave with this audience or our world today as a legacy? As a,
um, as a legacy, I say to girls, and I have a center for young women's empowerment with about 300 girls who come in and out of the center over the year. And we work on 4 platforms: financial literacy, STEM programs, self development, talk about non traditional jobs, and a whole series of things to enable them as young women to find their rightful place in the society. And so I'm always looking for mentors and always looking for organizations who would share their expertise and people who would mentor the young women. So give us a call, let us know, and if it's to be, and if you want to see the life of a girl change, then you can do something. It's oftentimes you sit back and say, "Well, I don't know what I can do." Well, you can fund 5 girls, you can fund a program, you could support a program, you can get people from your group and from your circle to join you in doing something for the young girls in the center. You can complement some of the things that we're doing and help us with some of the things that we're doing. So each one of you can take a responsibility to help a young woman in some way. What I would want to leave behind, the old, I'm not too sure people do that anymore, but when I was a teenager growing up, there was something where people used to cut marks in trees and other places. What was it called again? And it was always something was here, I was here, Jean was here. So
right.
when
Like an
it,
inscription.
yeah, cut something in wood and said Jean was here.
Lovely. Wow. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Please
Yeah.
put your hands together for the Right Honorable Dr. Jean Augustine.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Put your love sign, your emoji, and put your comment
Yeah.
or question, especially your encouragement and how she's impacted you.
Yeah.
Them I sent to her, Mama. Oh, Fred, you are there.
Yes, I see two of my posse here.
Yes, I brought him on. And even once you leave, I will ask Tina to speak about a minute or two about the center so that people
So Tina
yeah.
can talk about the center because she's
Yes.
executive director of the center. And Fred has been with me since 1994. He
Even though
was
he's only 2 years
one of
old.
the first Black staff on the Hill.
Yes.
I brought, and everybody used to say, "Is that your son?" It showed that they could use their nephews and their whatever, and nobody knew. But as soon as I had this Black young man around me, everybody thought that
Fred,
Super
why?
Jean, Beverly really wrote a beautiful thank you in the chat, and she says, "Thank you for your extraordinary leadership, lasting contribution to the recognition of Black history in Canada. Your vision has strengthened diversity, amplified voices, and helped to build a more inclusive nation for future generations." And that's such a fitting tribute to you. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Absolutely.
I don't,
Mr. Fred, Mr.
thank
Fred,
Yes,
give
yes. Dr. Augustine, before you leave, let me just take this opportunity. Obviously, repetition, because I'm sure certainly folks around the table perhaps have said the things I'm going to say, and I haven't said it. I've said everything to you. Even last night, I was talking to her yesterday, and Dr. Augustine is what, 88 years old. This woman would knock anybody out who is 54 circles. She's done no more than 20 times three, probably 60 events minimally in this month of February. I'll give you one anecdote out of a perhaps Rolodex, if anybody knows what that term is, probably thousands, where a group in Hamilton, the police, Hamilton Police Services Board, yesterday wanted her in to come in there. They had done everything they could to kind of create an environment for her to come. And obviously, we had an orange weather forecast, freezing rain, all that stuff, right? And the night before she and I are talking, she said, "Fred, I can't go to Hamilton. It's really bad tomorrow. The roads are bad." And I'm talking to the organizer on the ground, and he's all nervous and scared. And I said, "Well, if there's a slight chance, even though it's an hour out of her way to do this event, if there's a slight chance that the weather is just a fraction above zero, Gene Augustine would be there." He was nervous. He went to bed. He was frantic. And obviously, in the morning, the weather turned out to be good. She and I were on the phone. Long story short, she was there and she made so many people so happy, so proud. But that's just a morsel, a fraction of the story of Gene Augustine. When we talk about resilience, we talk about commitment, we talk about doing the work, even when nobody is looking. And that's the important part. I find today in this media savvy world, a media influence world, everybody's doing things to get clicks, to get likes, to get what kind of stuff. Gene Augustine does this when the lights are dark, when she's in a quiet corner. Two hands, 2 feet, she gets it done. And that's been my example for her entire journey. So I just want to take this opportunity to convey to her what she already knows, how much she's impacted, shaped, and carved my life. The work continues. You'll hear her in her pieces. She talks about, are we there yet? No, we're not. She continues day in, day out. Tina's here. My colleague can tell you that the little time she's been there. When she speaks about Jean, she's inspired. So all of you on this panel, including Alex, I want to thank you for taking this initiative, but understand you're a part of history right now. Every step she takes, every walk she makes, every corner she turns, Gina Augustine is making history. And I tell folks to appreciate her in the moment, give the flowers, give the praise, convey your thoughts, convey your sentiments, and be there for her as we continue doing the good work. Thanks for this opportunity, Alex, to kind of convey that to Jean, and she already knows this stuff. Jean, I want to see you thrive, and I'll do everything to continue supporting you in that regard. Thanks, all. Thanks, all.
Yes,
And I'm not going to be paying him for that.
no, you mean a lot. You mean a lot to us. And if there's one thing I can add, she called Uber to go to that place. Me and her spoke too. Yeah, she called Uber to go to. I won't even call Uber to go to Hamilton. She did.
Yeah.
So I'm learning. I spoke to her and she told me she had to call Uber.
Yeah.
Like, it was bad already. My kids are gonna. right? And she does that consistently. Sometimes she tells me she's going to call, but I drive from Orangeville to her in Lakeshore and I pick her. And because of you, Mama, I wash my car. I don't always wash my car. So every time I was coming to pick you, I had to wash the car.
Hi, Lennox. I hope you're doing well. I'm glad to see you holding up your hand there.
Well, I thought that
And
you
Dr.
had
LaRose as well.
Yeah.
Dr.
Yeah,
LaRose
where is
wanted
it?
to say
It was
hi.
it. Yeah,
Listen,
Dr.
I have to go so that I could, and
Yes.
Fred would tell you, and you know that I am one that's punctual, and I want to be punctual, and I am
Absolutely.
one that if I give my word, as we did to the Hamilton police, and the police wouldn't drive, so
Imagine that.
that's why I took the Uber. Because
Mama, we love you.
the weather is bad, but it was my word, and I knew they had a few hundred people waiting, and I thought it wouldn't be whatever, you plan a program and then your speaker don't show up. I try to do the best I possibly can. And I'll end with those words, things that I keep saying and share with friends. I have more miles behind me than I have ahead of me.
Mm.
Brain is working, my mouth is working, and the body says, "Who are you making all these plans for?" And so I am I'm doing the best I can and pushing the body as hard as I can, because I think if it's to be, it's up to me. If we're going to change a society, then I have a responsibility to be part of that change.
Absolutely.
Merci beaucoup, mes amis. Au revoir. I'm
Au
gone.
revoir. Mama, merci beaucoup. We'll talk soon. Thank you so much. Love you so much. Bye. Henry, what keep happening with Dr. Winston LaRose? Why you're doing that? Tina, nice to see you. You and I, unmute yourself. You and I have been meaning to get together. Please, if I don't take the initiative, take it so we can arrange a meeting. Anytime I speak to Mama, it's like, have you and Tina connected? We need to connect formally.
We need to connect. We need to
Yeah.
connect. Yes.
Yeah, so let me introduce Tina. Tina is the executive director of Jean Augustine Center of Young Women's Empowerment. Anytime I forget to put the S and apostrophe, she corrects me. It's Young Women's Empowerment, right? She's very particular about that, right? So, yeah, so quickly tell us a minute, because we have the next speaker.
In a minute. A lot of folks are asking the work that we does, and I'm looking at Fred. She is tireless, and it is because she believes in what she does. So as the executive director of a center that empowers young women, I know as we all sip our coffee a day, I'm fond of saying one latte a month will change a woman's life for 3 generations. And so it's not just about sponsorship, it's about investing in the future we want. When we invest in the girl child, Dr. Augustine has said it from the time she was a girl child in Happy Hills. When you invest in the girl child, you change the future for generations to come. And that's what we do at the center. It is the only free organization that empowers young women and girls from 7 to 17 through all of South Etobicoke. We are a small but mighty team. I'm going to plug it now. Mark it in your calendars. June 6th, the first signature Jean Augustine Gala event. We are doing it. We are celebrating the Queen in the way that she needs to be celebrated. I invite you all to come June 6th, Mississauga Convention Center. Get ready, mark it in your calendar, and we'll see you then. Thanks, Alex. Nice to see you, Fred. Don't you break her. I will come for you, Fred. Don't you break her.
Yes, but drop the link there. You are free to drop every link.
It's all in there. Alex, it's in there.
Okay, it's already in there. Okay, yes, we'll see you. And that gala is in partnership with the Canadian Congress. So make sure you update your promo stuff.
Oh, Fred, you heard it. We heard it. Oh, praise be. Thank
Yes,
you, God,
okay.
by every name.
Yes. Carrie-Ann, introduce, let's unmute everybody and mute all.
I have to go. Much love.
See you, Tina.
Bye, everyone.
Okay. Let's bring in Dr. Winston LaRose. And Carrie-Ann, you're introducing him, right? Okay. Okay.
I can.
Yes. Can you unmute yourself, Dr. LaRose, please? Yeah. Unmute. Yeah. No, we can't hear you. You have to unmute, sir.
Can you hear me now, Alex?
Yes, yes. Yes, yes.
Okay, I thank you. Hello
Thank-
to everyone. A good day to you all, and I wish you all good health, happiness, and success in this country called Canada.
Yes. So, for those of you who don't know Dr. Laros, you're looking at a legend, right? This is it's called Mr. Gene and Finch. I think if you just Google Mr. Gene and Finch, you will find a lot about him out there, Gene and Finch. So I don't know if it's your phone. Can you turn it? You're kind of sideways, if you will. Just maybe turn the phone the other way so that you are. No, no, the other way. The other way. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, that's better. That's better. Okay. Wow. Thank you for taking the time to be here. It's you know, we've been trying to get you here for a while. And you were listening to Mama Jean. You have a very, very strong legacy as well. Henry, can you pin me on the screen, please? You have a very, very strong legacy as well. Maybe we can start by talking about who are you? I know you don't get asked that much because, you know, many people know you, but how would you describe yourself? From background, the Honorable Jean Augustine is from Grenada. Where are you? Where did you migrate from?
Alex?
Yeah, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes, it's cutting off and on.
I say let's start by conversation by who are you? Introduce yourself to the crowd. How would you introduce yourself?
Well, my name is Winston LaRose. I was born in a country called British Guyana, now Guyana, and I first left it in 1961, emigrated to England, where I lived for 3 years prior to being recruited from England to work in Canada as a nurse. I was a trained nurse in Guyana, and when I worked in England for 3 years and obtained my state registered nursing, and was recruited from there to a hospital in Galt, Ontario, and practiced nursing in the early years of my career here in Canada. Then I bought my nursing home in Hamilton in 1968, and eventually was the president of the Hamilton Nursing Homes Association in 1969, and so on. So, and my history with clinical situations also includes 2 nurse practitioner-led clinics that I started in Toronto a few years back. And it's a history that I'm very proud of because my nursing career is one of which I'm very proud. My other career has been pretty much in entrepreneurship when I bought my nursing home in 1968. And I've operated a few other businesses, but the nursing home in Hamilton, it was called the Tara, T-A-R-A nursing home. And I, as president of the Hamilton Nursing Homes Association, that's something I take a great deal of pride
in. That's amazing. You know, I've heard that story before, and some people may be hearing it for the first time. How did you now shift from nursing to becoming a social justice legend? I hope it's not frozen. Can you hear me, sir? Henry, can you hear me? Can somebody hear me?
I can hear you. It's Dr. LaRose that's frozen. I think he's gonna connect back in.
Dr. LaRose, are you there?
He left. He's gonna come back in.
Read his bio, Karen, please. It's right there on the chat.
Yes. So it's I'm going to try and move around a bit and see if that helps at all. But the connections seem to be leaving quite often. But anyway, I was mentioning my career in nursing as a male nurse here in Canada. And but my career started in Guyana when it was British Guyana as a nurse, and a graduate nurse, left for England, where I continued in a nursing career. and gained their qualification there as a state registered nurse. And prior to being recruited to Canada to work at the South Waterloo Hospital in Galt, Ontario in 1964. And from there on, my career in nursing lasted a number of years until I ventured into the business of owning a nursing home and a number of other.
We lost him again. Okay. All right. So while we are waiting for him to come back, this bio I put it on the chat for people who don't know. It has.
I
Yeah.
trust
So
I'm back again.
yeah. So I'm not sure about the connection, but why don't we segue into how you transition and why you transition from nursing and being in business to social justice advocacy, right? That's what you are a legend in that area. Many people don't know about this nursing. Yes. How did that happen? Why and how?
Well, you know, in the course of nursing, and I worked in psychiatry for many years, you meet a lot of people who are disadvantaged and sometimes unfairly targeted by officials, government, police, and otherwise, and institutionalized because they were at a great disadvantage. They didn't have the means to speak up on behalf of themselves. And so I entered into that field of advocacy when I joined the JFCCO, which is Jane Finch Concerned Citizens Organization, founded by Linda Morway in I believe it was 1978 when she founded that organization. And I took it over in 1994 when Linda decided to join the Maroon community in Jamaica, from which she originated. And so my nursing career led me into community work and community activities because of the disadvantages that I saw people experiencing in various fields, either being employed.
Oh, we lost him again.
That's just cutting off and on, Alex. So if the audience
maybe you can, I don't know if this will help, but block your camera. Sometimes that helps. If you just block the camera and leave the audio, it may.
Okay. So stop the video. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yes. All right. I hope that helps.
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you clearly.
Yes, I was talking about my coming into the profession of nursing in Ontario, having been recruited from England. But my training started in Guyana, which was British Guyana, when I entered the profession in 1956, and many years ago. And I continued in nursing and left for England, where I worked as an RN. It's called a state registered nurse, the SRN. And I was recruited from there to come to work in Canada as a nurse. I worked at the South Waterloo Memorial Hospital in Galt, Ontario for a number of years, continued at the Hamilton Psychiatric Hospital, and then I worked for a brief period at the Hamilton General Hospital in Hamilton. But I moved from nursing into community work when I joined the Jane Finch Concerned Citizens Organization, founded by Linda Morway. And it was dealing with some of the challenges and the hardships that people were undergoing in the Jane Finch era. That is, Black people, essentially. They were in many ways disadvantaged and not given opportunities of equity to participate in the community. And so Linda Morway and I met And I was so impressed with the work she was doing to challenge that situation that I decided to join the organization. And that was in 1994. And when Linda decided to go back to Jamaica, I took over the organization and continued it for a number of years. And so my community work involved also dealing with any kind of social advocacy, whether it had to do with the prisons or with situations of adversity of any kind. And I recall having to work with REACT, that's the Regional Ethnocultural Advisory Committee to Corrections Canada, where with that organization, I was advocating on behalf of people who were unfairly imprisoned and so on and so forth. But there are so many other areas of work that I've engaged in that I've lost track of some of them. But the nurse practitioner-led clinic, the first of its kind in Toronto, I started up two of them, one on Eglinton Avenue and one on Islington. And that's the first nurse practitioner-led clinics to be opened in the city of Toronto. And I was responsible for that. The Million Man March was something that was very important to me when it happened in 1995. And together with Charlie Roach and Dudley Laws, Dudley could not leave the country at that time, so he didn't accompany us. But he saw Brother Donny Muhammad and myself and Charlie. We left by bus with a busload of people that we took to the Million Man March in Washington, D.C. And that was a very remarkable event, which was not able to go. But Brother Charlie Roach and myself and Brother Donny Muhammad, we led that delegation that went to the Million Man March. So those are among some of the highlights of the things that I've done in terms of my community work and community advocacy. There might be a number of other things that some people might recall, but I don't remember a good many of them now. But the prison visits that I was engaged in was something that was very important to me, where I was able to go and see inmates who were having a hard time and to engage with them and work with assisting them to deal with some of the challenges that they were experiencing in the prison system.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, so I mean, your story is archived at CBC, right? So I just flashed up something on the screen for people to look. You've recorded several thousands hours of footage, some 50 years old, as pivotal events at the Million Man March documented. So you have touched so many lives, especially lives of Black youth, especially in the Young and Finch area. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. One of them is, even as you were talking, and I was just wondering and say, okay, what if you were in that Million Man March, you've been fighting since the 50s and the 60s, and today we are all sitting down, maybe we put one post on social media and we think we are social justice. What is the difference between how you used to fight for social justice back in the day and how we are fighting for it today? What would you say is one thing and say, you know what, Alex, I appreciate you all young people, but if you all can just do this or remember this, you guys will push this thing further. What is that? What were you doing back then that we are no longer doing that we should start doing when it comes to social justice?
And you know, Alex, for me, and I see my brother Peter Slowly there, a wonderful gentleman I've known over the years, a great hero in my own mind. Yes, but going back to the early days of 1968, And following that, my work in Hamilton. At that time, we started a group called the Black Youth Achievement, Inc. And I was one of the founders of that, together with Inez Daly. And it was the hardship Black boys were experiencing in Hamilton at that time, targeted by the police in particular. And together we were able to, with the Black Youth Achievement Inc., we set up a school on the Hamilton Mountain where we were allowing those kids that were kicked out of schools, particularly Black boys, to come to that school and get a formal education and training. So that goes back many years. I don't recall what year that was now. But in the days of my stay in Hamilton, it would be around I bought my nursing home in 1968, and it was following that. So it'll be sometime in the early 1970s when I engaged in the Black Youth Achievement, Inc., which was a very important organization in terms of interventions for Black boys that were having challenges in the community. Either they were misbehaving or having their own family challenges, or they were apprehended by the justice system. And we had to work to ensure that they came on the straight and narrow path. So that was among some of the early things that I engaged in. But there's a real challenge for me now to try and recall some of the things I've done. Other people might recall them. But I came to the Jane Finch area because of all the notoriety that I heard of that place. And I thought, well, it can't be that bad, you know. So I decided to go down there and see what I can do to assist. So I believe it was in 1994 when I came to the Jane Finch and played a very significant role there with Linda Moraway, who was the founder of the Jane Finch Concerned Citizens Organization, known for short as JFCCO. And we operated in that community for many years, dealing with some of the challenges of youth and challenges that they encountered with government organizations, and particularly with the police at that time. Because there are a number of very bad boys in that area too, either in the Driftwood area or in the Grand Ravine area, that were presenting major challenges. And the organization was there to support their families and assist those boys in rehabilitations of various kinds. So my work in the Jane Finch area is what has gained me recognition elsewhere, because everything that I've received, I would say, is because of the Jane Finch. The honorary doctorates that I've received from the Northern Caribbean University and the one from the University of Toronto, all because of my work in the Jane Finch area. So I have to say that Jane Finch, the people of Jane Finch and of Driftwood Avenue, Grand Ravine, all of those places where there were challenges, are people that I work with, the youth who are now adults, and some of them very important people now. Their lives have been turned around, and they are great citizens now of the city of Toronto and Canada. And believe in me, I truly can't remember some of the things I've done, Alex. So other people who know me will know what I've done, and I would leave it to them to maybe remind me of some of the legacies I've left. But I'm very proud of the Emery Cusedale Nurse Practitioner Clinics, the two clinics that I started in the city of Toronto. There were none there before I started them.
Yes, I mean, what you have done is legendary, and that's not even a question. Henry and Karen, throw some stuff on the chat for those who may not know it. This Jane and Finch we're talking about, you went there, as you said, because of the reputation and you wanted to bring changes to it, and you have. what exactly are you
Start
doing?
to speak
What
like a
exactly
top
are you
manager.
doing there? If you can educate us, because you are still there. You're still there. Like
Three phrases that kill you.
what is going on there, Dr. Winston-LaRose? Quickly, if you can just share in a minute or two.
Well, of course, there was a lot of bad behaviors. There were gang situations.
Henry, is it back?
He's coming back.
Yeah, it's
He's
coming
just
back.
shifting.
Okay, we're just running up on that. Chief Peter Slowly. Nice to have you. Let's make sure he can unmute himself. Loud and clear. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, again. Thank you, Alex.
Yes, I know you're a very humble man, but we can call you chief, right? That's where you are. Like if you're a chief kind of forever. Is that not how it goes?
I'm Peter forever, but I'll let you call me whatever you want as the host here.
Yes, it's a great honor. So obviously, you know Dr. Winston-LaRose, right?
Yes. I met him when I was still relatively young and impressionable, up and coming police leader, but I was transferred to 31 Division in 1999, and it turned out to be one of the most impactful assignments, not just because of what I learned as a police officer, but the people that I met at Jane and Finch and the other neighborhoods and communities around there. And Winston was one of the well-established leaders and elders in the community. And as he was going through his list of accomplishments, which I'm sure he's forgotten most of it,
Yes.
but I saw him as someone who was documenting really important micro events and then articulating them and explaining them more broadly to the larger Toronto community, about the importance of the struggle of minority communities, Black youth in particular, the potential of those youth, and the solutions that could be brought to bear. And I think he was one of the most impactful community leaders and activists I ever met, and certainly had a huge impact on my life and my career as well.
I think we'll just segue, but in honor of him, we gave him a national award 2 years ago. And so there's a 2 minutes video. I'm just going to play in honor of him, and then we'll move on to you, sir, if you would allow us to just honor this great, amazing, fine gentleman for the work he continues to do, not just in Jane and Finch, but the guy has changed lives. When I came to Canada, he was one of the first people, just like Jane Augustine, that I met. I was like, who are these guys? They sold out for this social justice. So I learned a lot from them, just watching them, and I had the opportunity to work on some projects with them. And so let's just listen to this short clip about him in his honor. Here we go. Henry, please, can you see the screen? Just make sure.
Yes, we can. That is.
Okay.
Is your sound
No
on as
sound.
well?
Okay.
Sound.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
gonna play the sound now. Yeah. Okay. So here we go.
Dr. Winston-LaRose served as Executive Director of the Jane and Finch Concerned Citizens Organization for 20 years, advocating on issues from police brutality to youth job training. A champion of the Black community, he supported entrepreneurs, educational reform, and led 20 community initiatives. His work is featured in the CBC documentary Mr. Jane and Finch, highlighting his 2018 City Council campaign. LaRose, a retired mental health counselor and registered nurse, operated Fairview Counseling in Burlington. He received a Doctor of Laws from the University of Toronto in 2023, Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal, Bob Marley Lifetime Achievement Award, and the 2023 Afro Global Television Lifetime Achievement Award.
It's always a great moment in one's life when one is honored and recognized by community members, particularly if they have significant status in the community. And this is how I see Mr. Alex Ihammer and his organization, the Congress. And he's been doing this for such a long time. He's a man of great eloquence himself. And eloquence, I've always admired him and how he conducted himself, great orator. And for him to select me for this Nation Buildings Award is one that I shall always treasure with an immense sense of appreciation. And I thank you so much, Alex Ihammer, and I wish the Congress and the Nation Building Awards that you have afforded the opportunity for a number of people to benefit in terms of a reward for the work that they've contributed to society or community. I thank you, and I shall always hold this in the highest of esteem. Truly appreciate it. Again, thank you so much on this remarkable day in the year 2024.
Okay, so let's segue into Henry. You're the one reading the bio for Chief, right? Okay, then or is it Carrie Ann? I give you guys the honor to do that. Carrie Ann, is that you?
It was Henry, but it'll be me now. Give me
Okay,
one second. I have the privilege and honor of introducing. I'm going to say still one of my favorite chiefs, Chief Peter Soley. Peter was born in Jamaica, immigrated to Canada, and lives in Ontario with his wife and 2 children. Peter's career took him through 5 continents and over 50 countries, including 2 tours of duty in the UN peacekeeping mission to Kosovo, where he earned the United Nations and Canadian peacekeeping medals. Peter joined 4 successful careers. He is most celebrated for his career in the Canadian police officer who rose the ranks in Toronto, became chief of police in Ottawa, and established a reputation as one of the most impactful police leaders of his generation, which resulted in the investiture as an officer of the Order of Merit in the police forces by Canada's Governor General. Peter has over 3 decades of local and international experience in policing, national security, peacekeeping operations, which includes extensive experience in leading major organizations and integrated crisis operations in the current poly-crisis period. Peter Soley's professional mission is to develop ethical change leaders, socially just communities, smart, safe cities, civil, sustainable societies, and his personal motto, which is one that I love, is others before self. Compassion for all. Peter's a champion for the protection of rights, charter, privacy, and human, the prevention of discrimination in all forms, the advancement of harm reduction for all persons, and he is currently an adjunct professor with the University of Toronto's Department of Sociology, a visiting fellow at Massey College, and a senior associate fellow at the Police Foundation, which is the UK's only independent police think tank to improve policing for public good. Peter's private sector career includes a tenure at Deloitte, an ongoing role as CEO and founder of Solely Solutions Incorporated, and was a professional soccer player and a member of Canada's men's soccer team, which later earned him an enshrinement in the Canadian Soccer Hall of Fame. Peter has an MBA from York University and a Bachelor of Arts from Sociology from McMaster University. He has graduated in FBI National Academy and Canadian Forces College from the program of National Strategic Security Studies. With that, Peter, I welcome you to the stage, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much, Carrie Ann.
Yes. The Chief Peter Soley. I've been trying to get you on this platform forever. I don't know if you recall. When I was looking for your email recently, I put your name on search, and I saw emails I sent you before. I'm like, okay, right? So Carrie Ann told me, like, congratulations, you got Peter. I say, you don't know how many years I've been pursuing him. All of them say I got Peter. You're hard to get. But you are one of the finest men I know. I've told you that personally. I've met you a couple of places. I study people. I learn from people. I've learned from hundreds of people through dialogue, even on the plane or things like that. So people love you. That's a fundamental fact. It is hard for people to love police officers. I have police officer friends. One of my best friends, police officer. So I know that, but they also tell me, like, they go into area, people just like, ah. So I pulled up some statistics. Let me start with that. And you're going to tell us how you are able to, we'll start off how you're able to break through the stigma. It's a stigma that the police, yes, they say they want to save and protect, but is that really why they are here? Especially when we see some of what people are doing. So this is Gallup. Is it? Yeah, Gallup Word Poll. So Gallup is some reputable guy. It says, according to the Gallup Word Poll, global confidence in local police typically ranges between 55 and 70%, depending on the region. However, that number drops significantly in many countries based on corruption and instability. In the US, roughly 45 to 55% of Americans express confidence in police overall, which is not good, just about half. Trust varies by race, and there are other details. But now, coming to Canada, it's not too different. It says the research from Statistics Canada, which is reputable, shows that about 55% to 65% of Canadians report high confidence in police. Indigenous and racialized communities reported substantially lower levels of trust. Experiences of discrimination strongly correlate with decreased trust. And then, of course, it goes to Latin America and Africa and all that. How are you able to remain a fine gentleman when you're an officer? There's actually a movie called An Officer and a Gentleman. I don't know if you've seen it. I love that movie. Peter Slowly, I'm so excited to be here with you.
Well, thanks, Alex. And thanks for tossing the toughest question as the first one. So let me give you the easiest and the most truthful answer. And you kind of said it yourself in your wrap up to the statistics. I think the only way anyone can establish trust in any profession, whether they be a lawyer or a politician, a doctor or a community activist, is to first show up as a human being in the community that they are working in. It could be an online community, it could be the Jane and Finch community, it could be a community of police leaders or elected officials. But if you don't show up as an authentic, genuine, compassionate human being, I think everything else falls apart after that. You could be an eloquent speaker, you could have all sorts of fancy degrees, you could have a list of accomplishments. At the end of the day, if people can't see you and feel you as a human being, and equally, maybe more importantly, if you can't see and feel the people around you as human beings first, then I think everything else, that foundation isn't there to achieve any real lasting success after that. And so that's been my approach. I'm by no means anywhere near a perfect human being. And so, I carry over the course of, almost 60 years of life and 40 years of working life and 30 of those years in policing, a lot of mistakes and missed opportunities to develop stronger, deeper relationships. But I did focus primarily on relationships, one-on-one relationships, large institutional relationships as the foundation of getting things done. And there certainly needs to be a lot of things there are certainly a lot of things that need to get done to improve policing so that it is a benefit for all, not for some. And it is a consistently viewed and valued benefit, not one that is questioned on a regular basis, especially after tragedies and community traumas. By way of the statistics, Alex, and I don't say this in any way to elevate police, but to situate police within the larger trust spectrum. I'm reminded every time that a survey comes out about the trustworthiness of police, that the police, despite relatively low standing, are still significantly much higher than our elected officials, but than many other justice officials by a far stretch over private executives, private company executives. So we should all strive to be as close to 100% as possible, knowing that that is impossible with the human condition. But I have seen the police struggle and strain and sometimes stumble and sometimes step backwards, but for the most part, make a consistent effort to improve despite all too regular tragedies. And it's one of the reasons why I stayed in that profession so long, to put my shoulder to the wheel, to improve it for the period of time that I was in that career. And it's one of the reasons why I'm here today with you and your audience to answer these tough questions and to give it some more context and nuance as well.
Wow, thank you so much for that. You're an example of a very fine leader. without a question. And then you are racialized as well. And so you find yourself, in most cases, in rooms that you don't find a lot of people like you. And that is the truth. When you are there making policy, national policy, and stuff like that. What advice would you give people on the line, me included, in how to navigate spaces that, frankly, you may not be welcomed, or you may be welcomed, but you don't find people like you, or you are uncomfortable? You know, there's so many extenuating circumstances. How do you navigate that? Mama Jean does it perfectly as well, but how do you navigate that quite so often?
Alex, it's almost the exact conversation I had with one of the first Black members of the Toronto Police Services Board, Sylvia Hudson, who's a retired Justice of the Peace. And we were reminiscing about our time together when I was a Toronto police officer and she was on the board, and how many times when she walked into the boardroom, she would look around and she was the only Black or minority face in there, sometimes the only female face in those rooms. And the struggles that she had to establish credibility, find her voice, and particularly around challenging complex and vexing issues. And I shared the same thing. I still to this day, although I'm less often in rooms in my semi-retirement, but I still find myself in rooms where I automatically start to count the number of visible minority faces and Black faces. I automatically start to calculate who in here might be an ally for me, even just an acceptance standpoint, never mind an actual vocal ally. And I think that's something that we've all learned to do. In part, it's a survival mechanism. In part, it's part of the calculus for success. So some of the things that I have found are important. And Sylvia Hudson mentioned this. It's something that was my mother and father taught me. When you walk in the room, don't walk in there with pride, but do walk in there with confidence that you are a son of God. You belong in that room. You're meant to be there, and you're meant to do something positive in that environment. And so that automatically gives you some wind in the sails, some sense of ownership in that space, but one that comes from humility, not pride. And again, I tried to make that my approach, but not always successful. The second thing is you have to be in the fight to advance justice, the fight to advance rights, the fight to advocate for, articulate the needs of the most racialized, marginalized, and often therefore the most victimized members of society. And so you have to be willing to speak up in those rooms. But you also have to be wise and discerning enough to not speak up and act up about everything. Because at some point, if you're always haranguing, you become white noise, you become background noise, and people will start to ignore you deliberately. So it's picking the right fights and fighting it in the right way. Sometimes your active voice is absolutely what will change the course. And sometimes your silence can actually change the course of the conversation and the ultimate decision. And it's having that wisdom and discernment. Often that comes with age and experience, but I've seen young people with brilliant minds and big hearts also successfully navigate such difficult spaces and accomplish really amazing things as well.
Yeah, so, and I'm sure you have, thanks for that. I'm sure you have lots of examples, and some maybe you can't share publicly and things, but is there anyone you can give and say, even me as police chief or whatever, I was in this situation particularly, and this is how I had to navigate it out?
Yeah, there are a lot.
Drink some water.
Yeah, no, I might need something stronger, like Ray and Nephew's 100 proof rum or something like that. But let me just carry on sober for now. When I was a chief in Ottawa, I was Ottawa's first Black chief. It's only visible minority chief, and at a time of intense pressure with the global pandemic, the economic fall apart, all the different things that came in between 2020 and 2022. I call it the polycrisis period because there was not just one crisis. You were dealing with multiple crises. We all were.
Yeah.
But as the first Black chief of police going into Ottawa, and within my first 6 months on the job, the murder of George Floyd in Minnesota. If there was ever a police crisis in my 30 years, that was it. Crisis of trust and confidence, not just within the Black community, but abroad, everywhere, around the world, in every community, mainstream white leadership. Everyone questioned policing. at every level. Nobody was exempt from it, not the chief of police and not the first Black chief of police in Ottawa. And I was called on to, by the then Prime Minister, called into a panel that was a public panel, but a panel on the current state of racism and systemic racism in policing. Did it exist? And as the only Black police chief on that panel, at that time I was the only Black police chief in Canada, I felt there would be a huge risk to my career. I was still a new chief. I was still being accepted into Ottawa. And I was doing it really without the ability to meet in person. All of our meetings were online like this. So the ability to have a human touch was denied me. And so I knew it was going to be a huge risk for me to speak the absolute truth to the Prime Minister and to a national audience on what was then the most pressing issue in policing. And I did it. I said, without any hesitation, there was systemic racism in policing. There were individual racists, but the bigger problem was the systemic nature of racism and discrimination in all its forms: misogyny, homophobia, and yes, anti-Black racism. And I went on to provide an explanation for it, at least from my perspective, and a range of solutions. And it was well received. And I would say for the months that followed, I think people took those thoughtful and honest comments and worked with them to get to a better place. It wasn't so successful in other times. When I was a deputy chief in Toronto back in 2013, I went to the then chief of police and said that I wanted to take on the issue of unlawful and unethical carding, street checks. I wanted to do an internal review, and I wanted to make the results public, and I wanted to make recommendations for the Toronto Police Service, and I wanted to lead the implementation of those recommendations. And the chief of police at that time actually said, Peter, you can do that, but just know, if you take on this issue, you will never be chief in Toronto. Wow. If you do this work, you will never be the chief of police. You're going to kick a hornet's nest so big and so dangerous. No matter how good you are, how brilliant you are, what your ambitions are, you will take on that issue. You will fight that fight. I will give you permission, but understand, your chances of becoming chief of police will be almost 0%. And he was right. A year and a half later, I was unsuccessful in my candidacy to be chief of police. I retired from policing and went into the private sector. It took another 3.5 years to come back into policing in a different city to become a chief of police. But my point is, I calculated the risk to my career at different junctures, knowing the risks. On the one hand, I had a pretty good chance of coming out okay, and I did. On the other hand, I knew I had a very low chance of coming out. Something I had at that point worked hard for 27 years to accomplish and had to forego it. But it was the right thing to do.
Wow. And I appreciate you sharing that. Very interesting. So if you look at I've looked at your career. I mean, I only know what I can read, and I put them in different categories. And some of the categories: police governance, structural reform, public safety transformation, and the list go on and on and on that you are focused on. What would you say is your topmost focus now, since you've retired or semi-retired? You're doing other things on the side. What's your topmost focus, knowing fully well that the fight is going to continue? Martin Luther King came, left, Mama Jean is here, we are here, and it's going to continue. So what are you mostly focused on now with regards to that?
Alex, I know you have magic in your heart, brother, because every time you ask me the question, you actually reveal the answer to the audience, maybe without them knowing it. You know, the fight continues. We will never reach a point. Humanity will never reach a point. The Black diaspora will never reach a point where all is right and righteous and just in the world. It's not happening. We are an imperfect creation in an increasingly complex world, and despite our best efforts, the fight to find justice and sustain it will always be there. So I think at this stage, as I am walking off the stage, my primary responsibility, and where I spend the majority of my time, maybe it's why I finally said yes and came on the show, is to share the knowledge, the experience, the expertise, the wisdom, the lessons learned, the pain, the success formulas, share that with the next generation in order for them to have a set of tools to consider in how they use in carrying the baton, carrying the torch forward. And I don't suggest for a second that my knowledge, my experience, my expertise, my wisdom, my lessons learned are going to be fit for purpose for the next 3 to 5 years. But at least we can accelerate the learning process of the current and next generation of leaders and activists, the current and next generation of Winston LaRose and Peter Sloley and Alex Ilhama, and allow them a better chance of success, a better sustained chance of success, and a chance to come out of the back end of it with their health, with their marriages, with their communities still embracing them and not having cast them aside or seeing them scapegoated and run over by buses in their attempts to advance the cause. So that's why I'm teaching at universities. I'm lecturing when I'm invited. I'm writing and providing content. I'm taking up these opportunities to come on to events like this and share that with people. To the extent that they want to use it, I'll leave it up to their good judgment and wisdom.
Wow, very honorable, and thank you for that. You're probably working on a book, right? You should. If you are not, then you should. Are you working on a book right now?
I have written probably 3 books over the last 3 years, none of them published. Most of it for my own healing, to be honest, as well as to catalog and contextualize the sharings. Some of the chapters have become lectures that I've provided. Some of them have become courses that I've led. So that it's not, the publishing isn't the ultimate goal. It's just to have the content and the context that I can use in multiple forums. Some of what I've even shared tonight are chapters in the book. And so whether they ever get published or not, I don't know.
So you see, I'm laughing.
I put pen to paper, I put finger to keyboard.
I'm asking the question and answering it. So it's like I'm connected to you in spirit somehow. I like very, very interesting. I'm on my 3rd book, actually. I'm actually journeying here from Dominican Republic. I came here for 4 months just to write my book, and it's done. I just I needed that space. Yes, So I said to so those books have to be published. I'm going to hold, if you allow me, I'm going to pursue you every day on this and if you need help with it, I have a whole team we can support to get that out, because I believe that your greatest legacy is your message. I told my children, I said, God willing, I can leave you houses, but my first book is for my first daughter. My second book is for my second child. Do with it what you want, right? As a mad thinker, I sold 200 million copies after the man died. So I'm believing the children are making that. So you, on your bio, it says this specifically, that Peter is a champion for the protection of rights, charter right, privacy, and human, the prevention of discrimination in all its forms, and the advancement of harm reduction for all persons. My goodness, that is a lofty statement. And I know that is representative of you. How do you even begin to unpack that? How can you bring that to the terminology that people hear, everybody here? I know that, or at least almost, they are here because they want to learn how to be what you just wrote, how to speak up when they are alone or they are not recognized, or how to protect themselves against harm, how to protect human rights and justice. Can you bring that down some notches to help us understand what that actually looks like?
You're absolutely right, Alex. They are lofty goals. I think we have to set lofty or stretch goals, otherwise we get too comfortable and complacent and we don't really accomplish very much. And so, part of that is a mental structure and an emotional structure to push myself. Don't let myself get comfortable in whatever position I find myself in. Look, there's some incredible people. I went through the list of the people on this call. I recognize some. I've quickly Googled others, and I know you have an incredibly accomplished group of leaders on this call. But you don't need to have a chief of police badge and a fancy uniform or a gun to have the ability to influence the areas that we talked about there. I mean, Winston LaRose is a classic example, someone who went almost decades unnoticed by larger society, unrecognized by media, without any social media followers anywhere, but had huge influence and impact on all those areas that I just outlined, on addressing the issue of rights, on advancing a more just society and a safer community, and someone who, although Black, would take on any issues from any community that were suffering in that area, and take on big institutions, including the Toronto Police. So I think I'd like to to talk about the quiet heroes. I'm a loud hero. I have a big uniform. I got lots of trophies and stuff behind my back over there. But there's far more quiet heroes who just go about it in their classrooms, in their hospitals, where they work, in their church groups, with an elderly neighbor, with a youth that's getting a bit truant on the block, and they just do small things that help people to become so much better. So yeah, if you find yourself on a national stage as I have, or you just find yourself on a quiet stage somewhere in a community that is overlooked, sometimes over policed, do your thing. God puts in front of us every single day an opportunity to make things better for somebody else. And I think that's probably the best way for me to kind of boil it down from the grandiose goal to something that's achievable every single day. Look for an opportunity to right a wrong, to lift a spirit, to speak out, however that may be, against people who are spreading misinformation, disinformation, or outright lies, who are gaslighting people, who are trying to advocate for themselves or others. And at the end of it, the sum total of all those parts, the whole will be greater than all those parts at the end of the day.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, Henry and Karianne and Cole, please, my team, check. Please, guys, feel free to put your question in there, anybody, so we can wrap up. But I still have some questions. You seem to be a man of faith. You've referenced faith in this conversation, and that is a part of you that may not be very common, but actually common, yes. How do you bring faith into such a hostile profession or environment? How do you bring faith into it in that kind of hostile environment? How do you marry faith, community, and policing? How do you do that?
Actually, I had no choice, Alex. If I didn't bring faith centrally into who I was as a human being and as a professional in policing, in professional sports, in international consulting, but particularly in policing, I would have been destroyed physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Some of the things I suffered through, including my time in Ottawa during the Freedom Convoy and what took place in the year after with all the inquiries, the national inquiries, they honestly threatened to destroy me physically and my health, my marriage and my relationship with my children. And I knew from the day that I stepped down, I would need to be stronger in my faith than any other time in my life. And at different times in my life, I had come to that understanding and pursued that, again, imperfectly, but as best as I could. So for me, it's central to who I am. It's central to how I sustain myself through the various careers and the highs and some of the lowest lows. It's how I sustain my family and my marriage, and it's how I was able to therefore make a sustained contribution over the course of time to the things that I felt called to do. With some regret, I've never tried to be an evangelical type of faith person. I can speak in front of an audience of 10,000 people on almost any topic. But if you ask me to get up and try to convert souls, I'm going to stumble, fumble, and bumble as I am right now. But I would talk about faith when I felt it was appropriate. I would talk about my faith if I was asked a direct question, and I would be as honest about it as I can be. And when I have opportunities to quietly witness to people, I do. But I don't strong arm people, and I try not to walk around. I don't think I've been blessed with that skill and ability to really evangelize and witness publicly. So I know my strengths, I know my weaknesses, and I try to work within it, but I don't avoid it. If I'm asked a question about it, as you have, and if it's a thoughtful question in the way that you did, I'll give as honest an answer as I can.
Wow, and I do appreciate that. It wasn't part of my question to ask, but I just perceived it. But it's reflective in your personality and your leadership. And I'm a man of faith. I don't hide my faith. I talk about my faith. I actually, I've had the opportunity to preach. Some would say preach. I speak and a preacher in over 200 churches worldwide. I've been extensively. I believe faith is very, very central to being centered. Like, you have to understand that life is bigger than you. If you think you're like some people think they are bigger than life, then you become the problem that we are trying to, and we can't fight you. There's a being that is higher that would have to demolish that. There are some questions there, Carrie Ann. I see them. I don't want to ask them. You can ask them if you want. There are some great questions. They're from some great people, by the way. I know those people ask this question. Carrie Ann, you want to read some of the questions for Chief, please?
Sounds good. The first one is coming from Dr. Mary Grogan. And first, she says, thank you for your service, Peter, your integrity and your compassion. And her question is, what do you think about police presence in schools?
It's an important question. I'll give the technical side first, and then I'll give the Peter version of it. I think in the early days when police started to go in schools, particularly in the US, later in Canada, it was around security, policing, and for the most part, enforcement. For whatever combination of social determinants of health and historical causes, there was violence in schools, and police were sent to the schools, sometimes invited, but mostly sent to schools to provide a policing presence. I don't think that's a healthy thing in any circumstance. It's a reaction to very complex social issues and who are impacting student victims and teachers and staff in important education institutions. And simply airlifting and dropping one or two police officers and guns and uniforms into a school environment without proper assessment, preparation, coordination, cooperation, and evaluation has led to too many problems. In some cases, over-policing within the school environment. In other cases, expressions of discrimination and racism as a result of it, and feelings of oppression and surveillance. I have seen examples where it was done differently, thoughtfully, with a longer approach to planning and understanding what roles the police would play, what roles they wouldn't play, how they would work within that environment, how the program would be evaluated over the course of time and adjusted. And I've seen some successes. So I've seen many failures. I've seen some successes. I would point to Dr. Kanika Samuels-Wortley. She studied in the U of T criminology department and is now, I'm going to forget what university she's at, but she heads the department right now. She and her professor husband, Scott Wortley, have wrote an incredible book, textbook, which I use in my courses, that looks at things like racial profiling, school resource officers. Kanika herself led, I think, to this date, the best research anywhere in North America on the overall efficacy and impact of police in schools. And you could Google Kanika Scott Wortley online, and you'll find her report on school resource officers. It was done in Edmonton, and she's extrapolated the findings across the country. And I think you'll find the most complete and nuanced understanding of the good, the bad, and the ugly, the history and the current context, and the potential future of school resource officers and the presence of officers in schools. Ultimately, though, schools should be places of education and health and safety. And so as much as I see a role for police in some circumstances, I would like to see more reinvestment in things like guidance counselors, healthcare workers, nurses in schools, quiet and safe places for students who are having difficult times, a better understanding of the health impacts and the social determinants of health impacts on young people, and better investment in teachers. Not just salary and benefits, but better supports to teachers, who I think are one of the most important professionals in all the human services institutions. I hope that answers the question.
I think it does. Thank you. And I've dropped a link to LinkedIn in there as well. The next question we have for you is coming from Linda Carter. And her question is, looking back on your still young life, is there anything you would have done differently?
Wow, my still young life. Wow, thank you so much, Linda, for that. I turned 60 this year, so I'm glad I'm still in the bud of youth. Yeah, there's 1,000 would have, could have, should have's. I still marvel sometimes how I fell out of soccer at the height of my young physical abilities, and then fell into policing. And why was that? And I wonder if I should have taken a different route. I was considering going into education as a teacher. I was considering going into social services, following in my mother's footsteps. I was considering going into the law profession, following my father's footsteps. And for some reason, I ended up in policing and stayed there for 30 years. But when I really sort of get past should I have gone into this career? Should I have gone to that police department? Should I gone on that peacekeeping mission? I think it really does come back to less about career choices and more about relationships. And could I have spent more time understanding that person or that group, their position, their concerns, and be in a better position to respond to, if not resolve, the problems that they were speaking to? Could I have sustained relationships for longer periods of time so that when critical periods or crises came, I could have had a larger coalition of leaders and organizations pulling together instead of pulling apart from each other. So I think it's more along the relationships, the individual and the institutional ones, that I wish I could have been more thoughtful, more wise, more discerning, a better listener, a better ally. It's in those areas that I look back and wish I could have done a little bit different and better as a result of it.
Wow, thanks for that. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Who are your heroes? Like, who would you say, you know what, these 2-3 people I've always looked up to and continue to look up to?
Wow, it's a long list, brother.
I know that. That's why I say you should. So yeah.
All right.
So
okay, you asked for it, Alex. I'm going to go rapid fire. As a young kid growing up in Jamaica, Donald Quarry, gold medal winner in the 100 meter, 200 meters, champion. The entire West Indies cricket team. I was a sports person back in the day, if you get the theme. Miss Lou, I watched her every time I could. I went to her pantomime. I met her. It was like meeting one of the apostles. I met her in Canada, in Scarborough, where I grew up as a young kid. Winston LaRose, Dudley Laws, people who suffered on the front lines and often suffered as a result of the institution I found myself working in. Keith Ford, Dave McLeod, Carl Davis, trailblazers, ceiling breakers, coaches, mentors, friends of mine inside policing who suffered and suffered and suffered for decades to make policing better, often with less publicity and public recognition than I had. I benefited from their sacrifice, their service. I mean, the Gene Augustines of the world are there, but maybe lesser known figures. Kwame McKenzie, who's currently the CEO of the Wellesley Institute, doing some of the most important research on health data and their impacts on all communities, but particularly racialized and marginalized communities. The list is long, and there are people working in communities, outside of the spotlight that just uplifted me along the way and actually taught me how to work in and with community. People think of me as a community police officer. I learned community from the community, and then I tried to figure out how to do it in policing. I always went back in the community to learn from the community and then brought it back inside the organization. And so, yeah, my list is long, but hopefully that's a reasonable representation of some of those heroes.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. Keith Ford, I remember meeting him. I haven't heard from him.
You wouldn't forget meeting Keith Ford. His charisma walked through the door 5 minutes before he did.
Yes, absolutely. Henry, do you have a last thought, Karen, before I bring you home?
The last thought is firstly to say thank you, Chief Peter Slowly. I was taking notes while I was off video. Thank you very, very much. Many things resonated, but one that is on my mind right now is your willingness to take a risk even when you knew that you may not be promoted to the chief position. I thought that was very, very brilliant because you did it because it was the right thing. It may not have been popular, but your gut told you that I am standing for what is right, what is just, which has been throughout this conversation talking about compassion and love and justice and fairness. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Henry. Appreciate that.
Karen?
Yeah, I think for me, there's so many great takeaways. The one I truly do love about being in leadership and about being authentic to your faith and being willing to have conversations with those in the room, not necessarily forcefully having to do that. I think, as a leader, that's one of the things that we quite often shy away from, right? They tell you that certain things you don't talk about in the workplace, politics and religion. But you do it so beautifully and you do it so lovingly. And so that's one thing that I took away, because you wrote about the fact that, one of your opening statements was that you are a son of God. And I paraphrase and said, you are a child of God. You have the right to be there. And you need to use wisdom and discernment. And I think for me, that those are some of the key values that the future generations are going to have to come up and understand that, right? Is that sometimes you can be in a room and you might want to say something, or you might want to react, or you might want to contribute to a conversation that is not the conversation you'd be contributing to at that time. And just being able to use your discernment, and knowing when your voice should be heard, knowing how to stand prominently in a room and be seen, and still put your presence out, but not necessarily your voice all the time being the dominant voice in the room. Those are all important things, especially when you are trying to build trust in a community. And so from one Black woman to a Black male that was in one of the hardest jobs ever, being a police chief, I want to congratulate you and say thank you, because you 100% led beautifully in a time and a place during the pandemic. I watched from being in Toronto and being in the Ontario Public Service, I watched you lead, and so was very proud to be able to stand up in rooms with Black leaders and non-Black leaders, and say one of us is there. And I was also in the Solicitor General's office at the time, and again, just really resonating with the work that you have done, because the community looks at you, especially when you're one of us. We look at people that are in policing a little bit differently. And so just thank you again for your passion, your compassion, and your
Listen, sorry, Karen. Everybody on the line, this is Chief Peter Slowly. I never told you this. I was disappointed when you didn't become Chief of Toronto. I had a meeting with people. We talked about it. We were, many of us, a group of us, and some of them, if I mention their name, you will know them. It was just like, and we were very angry. And then we now heard you were chief of in Ottawa, and we were happy because it was okay. God wanted to put you close to power, right? And then we followed the challenges that was happening and everything that happened. So I've been behind your profession as much as I can, from as much people as I know. Some of them know you more than I know you. So we do respect you. I don't know if you know Dan Ali, but I know she will know you for sure. So she wants to say a quick hello. And Dr. Shinde Osil is one of our speakers at the Congress. She's joining from California. She's a professor out there in the US. So she'll be speaking right after this. But Diana, you're our mother.
Well, Peter, I've met you so many times. I don't know if you remember me, but you stand tall with a short woman. You are such an amazing role model. I see a Harry Jerome Award behind you, and you can see mine behind. I'm one of the few who received it, and more because it's giants like you that have helped us run the mile long. So I want to say thank you. You are one of my favorite people. I continue to look up to you, and I hope the world will emulate your footsteps of authenticity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diana. God bless you for all you've done. Thank you.
Shinde, you want to say what to our former police chief? You were listening. Go ahead, Dr. Shinde.
It is, I'm hailing from Los Angeles right now. And I'll tell you, Chief Slowly, this is a very rare conversation to be having with the chief of police, from where I sit. It is, and I do have lots of conversations with our chief here, working with the LAPD, and never, and that is in all caps, have I ever had a situation where people were sharing such compliments and having a chief have such courage and a legacy like you. So I don't know you, but I would love to get to know you and all of the background that you've had. I mean, honestly, I think that's a trailblazing legacy that you have, and it definitely is something that we're dying to have here. Let me just say that without calling any names. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you work in one of the most challenging environments and one of the most influential places. So I know your work has impact, and I'm glad you're able to join Alex's call here today. Thank you for your kind words as well.
Absolutely. Henry, drop Peter Slowly's LinkedIn link, and drop it on the chat for who want to connect with him. He has the right to accept or refuse. But Peter, we've given you our love, our support, and our prayers. And we thank God that you went to war and you came back. Those 50 countries, you beat me. Not a lot of people beat me in countries. I keep bragging about my 44. But when I saw your 50, I'm like, I need to ask him, where did he go? All right, so we'll discuss that some other time. But we'll continue to bless you and pray for you. What's your hope as your last word? Like, give us hope that policing is not that bad. Give us hope that the wind coming from the south will not burn Canada. Give us hope that, yes, there are pockets of racism everywhere, but Canada continue to forge ahead. You would know, you are intelligent, and you are part of the intelligence community. So what's your last word to us?
I prayed about this before I came on, that whatever I would be asked and whatever I would respond to would give hope. So now, once again, Alex, a great interview, puts it right on me here. And when I was praying, what came to me was the thought of togetherness. So I know there's periods in my life where, by my own bootstrapping efforts, I have done something, I've accomplished something, but none of it was really successful. And none of it at all was sustainable unless there was a sense of a bigger group of people, a togetherness, a coming togetherness. As I came on the show today, Winston Rose was talking about the people that came around him, the young people, the other activists, the community leaders that he was working with at that time. Every time he referenced one of his great successes, he always mentioned 2, 3, or more people who allowed that success to happen. So the fact that you've convened such a great audience and such a great group of experts, such a great group of leaders, and you are together recalling the challenges of the past, figuring out what it means in the present, and then steeling yourselves to go forward individually and, more importantly, collectively, that's what gives me hope. Hope for Canadians, hope for our brothers and sisters to the south, hope for the broader human context, hope for the Black diaspora here and around the world.
Thank you so much. Chief Peter Slowly, put your love sign, and I appreciate, thank you for coming out. Thank you for the time. And since you want to do that more, you and I will continue to connect. I think of some opportunities where your expertise and your messages will be valued, both in terms of impact, influence, and even income. You deserve all the accolades. You've been a fine leader, an example to me and to many others. God bless you, my brother.
Thank you. God bless you all. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Thank you. Let's share some love. Let's share some love. 111 in the chat for Peter Slowly as we next welcome on the virtual stage. Please share some love. 111 in the chat. 111 in the chat. Yes, we have our next speaker, Dr. Shindell Silly.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hello. What an honor to see you again. Friends and colleagues, please join me in welcoming Dr. Shindell. And it's an honor for me to do a little intro. Her bio is extensive. I wish I could read it all. But very importantly, what I learned from Dr. Shirley is putting the numbers into perspective, the dollars. And in this conversation today, she will be talking to us about profitability of Black people in leadership. And this is a little bit about her. She's a visionary leader in organization transformation and creating a groundbreaking setup framework, cultural equity through adaptive change management. Her innovative SEEDS strategy connects cultural excellence with economic diversification, helping organizations create measurable impact while strengthening communities. She's a scholar, she's a professor, she's a researcher. She continues to shape national conversations on leadership, equity, and systemic transformation. Join me in welcoming Dr. Shindel Seeley, who will be talking to us about profitability and Black people in leadership. Type 222 in the chat. Dr. Shindel, over to you. Welcome.
Thank
once
you.
again.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Last time we met, I was joining you from Barbados, and now I'm back in Los Angeles, where I wish I were still back in Barbados. Nonetheless, we'll leave that. We'll let that be what that is. I think we all know why I would rather be back there. But thank you so much for that really wonderful introduction, Henry. I appreciate it. So I'm just going to jump right in because, I want to respect your time, and, we all want to get to, all of the nuggets that's going on. So I am, as those of you who've heard some of my sessions know, I am this disruptor. I like to, provoke and whatnot. So just roll with me. And I'm going to say something that might make some of you uncomfortable. Actually, scratch that. It's definitely going to make some of you uncomfortable. But we're all adults here, and it's Black History Month, which is the perfect time to have uncomfortable conversations about money. So here we go. We spent decades fighting tooth and nail for Black leadership in corporate spaces. In any type of leadership spaces. We've won, sort of, right? At this time in history, we have more Black executives than ever. We have more Black VPs, more Black C-suite leaders, and yet the Black-white wealth gap hasn't meaningfully closed. Why is that? Why is it that it has not meaningfully closed? I can kind of try and summarize it a little bit. We've got representation. We've got the representation without economic power. We've got titles without systems. We've got visibility without capital. So I'm here to tell you that that era is over for all of us here, right? Type in the chat, it's over. This era is over, right? It's time to talk about culture equating to capital. How do we equate culture to capital? So let's be honest about where we are. Black History Month 2026. Every company has Black History Month programming, just about. Here in the States, maybe not so much, but in most places, Black History Month programming. We've got the heritage celebrations. We've got guest speakers. We've got soul food lunches. We've got beautiful Instagram posts about honoring our ancestors. And I love that. I love that we're celebrating it. I do. But while we're celebrating in February, what's happening in March? What's happening in April? What's happening the rest of the year? Black employees are still underpaid relative to white colleagues. Black entrepreneurs are still getting 1% of venture capital. Black communities are still economically marginalized. So here's my question. If representation was the answer, why are we still economically behind? And I'll tell you why. Because representation without economic strategy is participation trophies. We all have trophies, right? Representation without economic strategy is participation trophies. We got Black faces in boardrooms. What we needed was Black leaders who understood how to architect systems that generate wealth for Black communities. And there's a difference between a Black VP who mentors Black employees and a Black VP who builds revenue-generating systems that ensure Black employees and communities capture financial value. One is nice, the other is transformative. And today I'm going to show you the difference. Now, I know that this isn't the sexy conversation that we normally have on Black History Month, but it's the necessary conversation. So Alex asked me to talk about the importance of Black leadership, and he's right. We absolutely need Black people in leadership positions. Absolutely. I mean, I am wowed at Chief Slowly. But here's what nobody says out loud. A Black CEO who doesn't understand how culture equals capital is just as useless to our community as a CEO from any other culture who's just going through the motions. And I'm going to say this again. A Black CEO who does not understand how our culture equals capital is just as useless to our community as a CEO from any other culture who's just going through the motions. Because if that Black leader isn't building systems that capture cultural intelligence from Black employees, that converts that intelligence into market access, that ensures Black folks benefit financially from the value that they create, that invests in Black community economic resilience, then what exactly did we gain besides a nice photo op for the annual report? Now, I'm not criticizing Black leaders who fought to get where they are. That fight was absolutely unequivocally necessary. We needed to break those glass ceilings, but now we need the next evolution. From breaking into the system to rewiring the system so it generates Black wealth. From Black faces in high places to Black architects building wealth engines. That's what I mean by economic architects. And the tool is the fact that culture, our culture, equals capital. Now, you've all heard the stats. Undoubtedly, you've all heard the stats. Diverse teams are 35% more profitable, right? That's McKinsey. McKinsey says it all the time. BCG says it. Everyone says it. But no one really explains why. They just say diversity is good for business and hope you don't ask questions. Well, I'm going to tell you why. And it's not because diversity is magic, right? It's because of three specific mechanisms. The first one, cultural intelligence equals market access to underserved segments. Cultural intelligence equals market access to underserved segments. Black people in North America represent over 500 billion in buying power. 500 billion, and that's with a B. But most companies can't access that market authentically because they don't have Black folks architecting their strategy. You can't fake cultural connection. You can't diversity hire your way into authenticity. The second component is different lived experiences equals different market insights. When you've lived as a Black person navigating systems not built for you, you develop pattern recognition skills that others simply don't have. You see opportunities others miss. You spot problems others ignore. This isn't soft skills, folks. This is market intelligence, okay? And the third is authentic connection equals brand loyalty from communities that feel seen. When Black consumers see that a company isn't just hiring Black people, but actually empowering Black people and investing in Black communities, that's loyalty, and it's worth millions. So diverse teams aren't more profitable because diversity is some abstract good. They're more profitable because cultural intelligence, when properly leveraged, is a competitive weapon. But here's the key phrase. I just said it, when properly leveraged. Most companies hire diverse teams and then do nothing strategic with that intelligence. It's like buying a Ferrari, all right, and never taking it out of first gear. And those of you who have a Ferrari, Alex, I think you have a Ferrari. I'm kidding. It's crazy. How would you do that? Why would you do that? And that's something that needs to change. So through my SEEDS framework, I articulate this clearly. And this is what I mean by economic architecture. This is what strategic Black leadership looks like. There are three pillars. The first pillar is cultural transformation. Not let's do unconscious bias training, but let's engineer cultures that systematically capture and elevate Black employee contributions and compensate them accordingly. Right? We're talking retention strategies. We're talking about performance systems. We're talking about leadership pipelines that don't just include Black voices, Black folks, they enrich them. We don't just include, we enrich, right? Pillar number 2, which is economic impact. This is where culture becomes capital. When you've built the right culture, which is pillar 1, we just talked about that, you unlock something most companies never access. Innovation from everywhere, not just the C-suite, not just your research and development, you capture it from everywhere. And that innovation, driven by cultural intelligence, translates into new revenue streams, market access, and competitive advantages. And then we go to pillar 3, which is community resilience. This is the piece that really makes this about more than just corporate profit. I know I talk about profit, I talk about ROI, but this is the central piece here, the community resilience. When companies invest in Black community economic development through supplier diversity or workforce development or local investment, they create sustainable wealth that doesn't disappear when the economy shifts. And we've seen a shift in the economy, right? This is economic reparations through business strategy. 3 pillars, 1 system, measurable Black wealth creation. So let me show you what this looks like in real time. So here's what most companies do. And you tell me if you give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down if I'm on point here. They hire Black people, they put them in roles, they hope for the best, and then wonder why they leave. Right? That's kind of like the status quo. That's what happens. Here's what strategic Black leadership does. They build systems that identify and develop Black talent systematically, not just during Black History Month. They create pathways to high-value roles and equity compensation. They capture cultural intelligence through structured innovation processes, and they measure economic outcomes. Those would be like retention cost savings, performance improvements, even innovation revenue. Folks, there are tons of organizations with the classic retention problem, right? That like Black employees leaving at 2 times the rate of white employees. We've all seen it. Heck, some of us have been in those situations, right? One of my clients was like that. But when we dug deeper, we found that the real issue was that Black employees had ideas that could generate millions in revenue, but no formal system to surface those ideas. They felt invisible, so they left, they bounced. We implemented pillar 1. We created a structure to innovation pipelines. We made it clear your cultural intelligence is valuable, your ideas matter, and you'll share in the financial upside. Retention improved, but here's what mattered more. Those Black employees who stayed, they generated millions in new revenue through innovations that came directly from their lived experiences as Black people. That's culture equating to capital. But we're just getting started. Let me give you I'll tell you a story that I think we can all relate to, right? This really captures what I mean by culture equals capital. And I think, as I said, many of us can relate to this. When the pandemic hit and we all went virtual, Black women faced a specific problem that others in the corporate space didn't even know existed. Hair wash day. Hair wash day. If you're not Black, you might not know this, but Black hair care is a process. It takes time. It requires moisture, products, protective styling. Okay. And when you're on Zoom all day during wash day, your hair is wet, it's wrapped, it's covered while it dries or absorbs product. Corporate's solution was just style your hair before meetings because they didn't really understand what the problem was. Black women's solution was create a market. Some brilliant Black women recognized this as an opportunity. They designed beautiful professional headscarves specifically for Black women on Zoom during wash day. The market exploded. Black women everywhere bought them. I still have mine, actually. The business did millions in revenue. This is what I mean by cultural intelligence creating market access. Those Black women didn't hide their culture. They didn't conform to white professional standards. They said, our experience is valid, our needs are real, and we're going to build wealth by serving our community. Now, here's my question for every organization in this room, for every one of you leaders in this room, and every one of you are leaders. How many Black employees in your company have similar insights? Market opportunities that non-Black leadership can't even see, but no system to surface them, to develop them, or to monetize them. And more importantly, when those opportunities do generate revenue, are your Black employees sharing in that wealth, or are they getting a thank you note and a pizza party while non-Black, executives get bonuses? Because if it's the latter, you're extracting value from Black culture while not building Black wealth. That's not diversity, that's exploitation with better PR.
Okay.
So pillar 2 fixes that. It creates systems where cultural intelligence becomes innovation. Innovation becomes revenue, and Black folks capture their fair share of that value. But there's one more piece. Here's where this becomes more about the individual Black employees making money in the corporate space. Pillar 3 is about building Black community wealth that persists across generations. When companies invest strategically in Black communities, that's supplier diversity, workforce development, local business investment, these 3 things happen. You create economic resilience that protects against the next recession, the next pandemic, the next crisis. Individual Black professionals making corporate salaries is good. It's awesome. But Black communities with diversified economic infrastructure is sustainable. Number 2, you build brand loyalty that's worth millions. When Black consumers see that you're not just marketing to them, but actually investing in their economic advancement, that loyalty is unshakable. Is unshakable. Number 3, you reduce your own costs. What do I mean by that? Companies that invest in community economic development see recruitment costs drop by 40% because people come to you. They've seen your impact. They want to work for an organization building something bigger. This isn't charity. This is strategic economic development that benefits everyone. But here's the key. It only works if Black communities are the primary beneficiaries, not the consultants, not the middlemen, us. That means that Black-owned suppliers get contracts. That means that Black community organizations get investments. That means that Black employees get promoted to positions where they control budgets and strategy. That means that Black entrepreneurs get access to capital and markets. This is what economic reparations looks like in 2026, not government checks, not apologies, even though that would be nice. But it means systems that generate wealth for Black communities built and controlled by Black economic architects. That's the pillar 3. Now, let me show you how a strategic Black leader operates with all 3 pillars, because we're talking about Black leaders and we're talking about how Black leaders can contribute to Black economic wealth. You're a Black VP of product at a consumer goods company. If we use pillar 1, that's a cultural transformation piece, you build a system where Black employees across the organization can submit product ideas based on their lived experience. Not during Black History Month, not a special diversity innovation program, in the core product development pipeline. Using pillar 2, which is the economic impact. One of those ideas, say maybe a skincare line for melanated skin that actually works in different climates. Let's say that. Let's say it goes to market. It captures a previously underserved segment. We saw what happened with the scarves, right? It generates 10 million in 1 year revenue. Now, here's where most companies fail. They give that Black employee a bonus and call it a day. But you're an economic architect. You're that Black VP who's really trying to contribute to Black economic wealth. So you ensure that that Black employee gets equity participation in the product line. You ensure that other Black employees who contributed get financial recognition. You ensure that the marketing budget includes partnerships with Black influencers in media, which is directing dollars to Black-owned businesses, right? And then using pillar 3, the community piece, you require that 30% of the supply chain for this product comes from Black-owned manufacturers. You create a workforce development program that trains Black folks for higher wage jobs in production. Now, what in the world have you just done? You've created a profitable market, a profitable product. You've ensured that Black employee wealth creation is going on. You've directed millions into Black-owned businesses. You've created pathways to higher wage work. You've built brand loyalty in Black consumer markets. That's economic architecture. That's what strategic Black leadership looks like. And that's why culture equals capital isn't just a framework. It's the future of how we build Black wealth. Now, let me tell you what happens when you don't do this. We settle. We settle for representation without economic architecture. Black employees get hired, they get underpaid relative to the value that they create. They get frustrated, they leave. The company loses institutional knowledge and millions in productivity. Wash, rinse, repeat. Black entrepreneurs can't access capital because they don't have connections. They can't get corporate contracts because they don't have relationships. They stay small and the wealth gap widens. Black communities watch companies market to them, extract their spending, but never invest back. We saw this in a way with Target. Now, Target was investing back, but then they got caught up, right? There's no infrastructure development, no wealth accumulation. So those economic vulnerabilities persist. And then companies miss massive market opportunities because they don't have systems to capture cultural intelligence. They get out-competed by companies that do, and they end up losing relevance with an increasingly diverse customer base. Everyone loses. But here's the thing. This isn't inevitable. This is a choice. We can choose to keep doing diversity theater. Black History Month lunches, the heritage celebrations, the symbolic promotions, or we can choose economic architecture, systems that generate measurable Black wealth. I know which future I'm building, honestly. The question is, are you coming with me? So what does it take to become an economic architect instead of just a Black leader, which isn't bad, but we want to be strategic? Economic literacy, that's the first piece. You need to understand how value is created, how it's captured, and how it's distributed. Not just HR metrics, not just engagement scores, actual economic flows. Where does revenue come from? Who benefits when it's generated? How do we ensure Black folks capture their fair share? To be honest, if you can't read a P&L, that's a profit and loss for those of you who don't know what a P&L is. If you can't read a P&L or don't understand equity structures, you can't architect wealth, full stop. So learn it. Learn the P&L, learn the economic structures and infrastructure of your organization. The second strategy, systems that measure wealth creation, not diversity percentages, not representation metrics. How much wealth did your culture program create for Black employees this quarter? How much capital did your supplier diversity program direct to Black-owned businesses? How many Black folks went from low wage to high wage work because of your workforce development? If you're not measuring that, you're not serious. The third strategy, commitment to community benefiting first. Commitment to community benefiting first. This can't be diversity that's, also good for business. This has to be business strategy that builds Black wealth and happens to benefit the company too. Community first, always. Because if we build economic architecture where companies benefit more than Black communities, we're just creating more sophisticated form of extraction. That's not the future, right? That's not the future I'm trying to build, honestly. So here's where we are. Black History Month, 2026, folks. Yay. All right, we can keep celebrating the past, and we should. Our history is beautiful and powerful and necessary to honor, but we can also start building the future, a future where Black leadership means more than representation, where our culture generates capital that we control, where corporate success requires Black community wealth. Now, here's my challenge to every Black leader in this room and to every ally who wants to support this work. What systems are you building that convert cultural intelligence into Black wealth? Think about it. What systems are you building that convert cultural intelligence into Black wealth? Not what ERG do you sponsor? Not how many Black people did you mentor? Not what Black History Month programming did you organize? What systems are you architecting that ensure Black communities capture economic value? Because if you can't answer that question, you got to think about it. You got to think about what future you're trying to lead, right? You're not leading the future, you're managing the past on that. So I'm offering right now, this is my, Alex always says, you got to do your pitch, right? So I am offering strategy sessions for organizations and leaders ready to make this shift, those who are ready to stop performing diversity and start building wealth. Now, if you're tired of these symbolic gestures and ready for economic transformation, let's talk, because here's the truth, folks. 2026 is going to separate the leaders from the architects, the performers from the builders, the talkers from the wealth creators. And I know which group I want to be in. So thank you. And now let's turn culture into capital, folks. Thanks so much.
Wow.
It was everybody said, wow. Somebody like people, you'll be blowing out the chat. Blowing out the chat, man. Like over to you, Carrie. I just run this, man.
I don't even know where to start. There's so many good nuggets in this one. I think it's interesting when we talk about being Black leaders and being the token use leaders, ones in the room, and not really understanding the profit and loss sheet, the P&L sheet, or understanding the value that we bring and creating that economic opportunity for folks. It's bang on, right? Quite often, Dr. Shindell, we see that folks are very much clamoring to be in the room. We get into the room and we do nothing with the positions of power that we are actually truly in that are going to generate revenue for organizations. And so it's something for me to take back and to really think and reflect, like, what am I doing in my side of the world in order to do that? If we look through, I'm just going to look through our chat.
Well, as you're looking, I can speak to that because I think all of us have been in that situation. It's such an honor to be, I've been selected to be, VP. I've been selected to be a chief this or that. And the day-to-day of what that entails, it kind of keeps us from taking that next step, really understanding that, look, yeah, you've got the position, but now is that, okay, that ladder back there of all of the rest of us who need to get up there and what exactly your position entails for the community. Yeah, you're there for the company to make sure that, the company's bottom line is met, but in service to your community. And that's one of the challenges that many of us face, is that there is that duality in our positions. The duality is serving the company, but in reality, we need to be serving our community. And that is in service, it's in service to all of that. It is, and this is by no means no indictment. It really is just really a wake-up call for a lot of us, because we've been representing, we're there, we're showing up, but our communities are still in the same situation. And in some instances worse. So what's the missing piece?
You brought a double-edged sword. I thought you were just going to bring one-edged sword and we can strike.
Listen, Alex, you know me too long. You've known me too long to think this is.
I got caught. See, I got caught over here. Yes, there are some people I want you to unmute yourself. One of them is Sophia Waterman. You deceived me, Sophia. I don't know who you are, but you deceived me. Like, what is he talking about? I thought you were actually there, but that's a picture. You look so beautiful and you're smiling. So I'm like, wow, this woman is smiling all the time. But I didn't know it was a picture.
Oh my God, Dr. Shindea. Oh, you are on fire. You are the one that you don't just bake the cake, you put the icing, you put the cherry, you put everything on top. You talk bold and beautiful. You talk how we want to hear it. You talk where we're going to get pinched and pinch ourselves. Are we still alive? What is this lady talking about? How dare she? Thank you. Thank you for bringing it full blown today. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Alex. You guys brought up an amazing, phenomenal team today, on the platform today. I really appreciate it. Miss Tyndale, Dr. Tyndale, Shendale, sorry, how can I get your email? I want to refer you to somebody this is powerful. This is a powerhouse. You are a powerhouse and you need to be heard. Thank you again, Alex. Yeah.
I think you dropped my info into the carry-on, right? Into the thing. Okay. Yeah. So you can reach out. Please reach out. I'd love to like be in community with you all to really move this thing. Yeah.
Ambassador wants to say something. Is that Ambassador Ola Ijekwa? Go ahead.
Oh, we can hear you.
We can hear you. You're unmuted. I'm not sure why we can. Maybe while you're doing that, Diana, you want to say something to, you've seen her before. This is a bullet. This is one of our bullets. Why can't you mute? Oh, no, Diana, mute yourself.
Oh,
you
she
can?
can't.
No. You have to. Of course you have to. Okay, go now.
Thank you, Dr. Seal. I've heard you before, and each time I hear you, I feel the need to do something as an ally.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But more so, how can Congress, this Congress, continue to, move on to ensuring that this particular message you bring is embedded in the corporate workplace? Mission, vision, diversity messages.
Well, I think you see that this is an action-oriented framework. So, and it's quite adaptable. I've been able to use it in city revitalization efforts, like literally building out the revitalization efforts for divested communities. I've been able to use it for farmers, for students. And when you look at your specific situation and and consider, okay, where are the gaps? I mean, we do a gap analysis as well, but how does it fit into what it is that my context is? So I have home builders who are using it, doing like Shark Tank innovation efforts, because that's how we were able to adapt it. We have ERGs who are using it, and I know I mentioned ERGs who are using it to actually calculate in dollars and cents what their innovation efforts have lent to the community, to the company. And so it is literally sitting down and looking at what you have and how we can operationalize this framework into the specific efforts that you all are into. That's literally what we do. Yeah, it's no one size fits all for everyone. I think the ambassador, can you speak now? I'm sorry. We were trying to, Ambassador Ola.
And then read what she wrote. She wrote something on the chat. Can somebody read that out there, Karen? Yeah, so let me build on Diana's question, because we have to start, we're doing it already. We have to, not start, we have to increase our rate of moving from these thoughts to action. You know what I'm saying, right? So many of you here, like as Peter slowly said, I Google you guys. In fact, I'm checking the LinkedIn of one of you right now, listening to me here, and I see that you have some influence that you can invite us or the speakers. Like we're just central. We don't own a property. That's our intellectual property, right? Reach out to us and we connect you. We have over 300 to 500 speakers now. We can't put everybody on the website, but she's certainly one of those that have made it to that level. We want to help your organization. We're not here to just talk. I'm not a talking guy. That's why I'm not in that boards. Boards, they talk too much in the board. So I stepped down. I don't do boards anymore. So if you are here, which you are, you have some influence, which you do. You have some connection, which you have. Like that fine lady who said, I know somebody. So it may not be you directly. How can you bring us in to do inclusive leadership? How can you bring Dr. Shideli to help you put dollars to EDI work? It's not easy. Everybody, EDI! Okay, the board wants to know what's the bottom line. Yeah. The board was created to measure bottom line, not racism. I'm telling you the truth. They don't give a damn about racism. I know them. Many board members don't. Personally, they may, but officially, they don't care. They just, if you can tie it to dollars and cents, like she's brilliant. She's one of the most brilliant minds I've ever met. Then you have a case. Let that be your legacy in your organization. Let me speak to everybody here. If you leave this call and you do not spearhead an action, you were never here. You registered, but you just were not here. So you are great people. All your reputation, I don't want to start mentioning names. I know many of you. You are great people. You have some influence. Let's please move to action, because once we get into action, once we get this policy, this dashboard, this analysis, you can't erase us anymore. The reason they can erase us is we talk. They kill us when we talk. Then war in Ukraine come, we stop talking. They kill another woman, we talk. War in Iraq, they are about to attack Iran. That's what I heard. This madman is about to attack Iran. If he does that, it's not this one we are saying. So please be encouraged. We are here to serve. All right.
So Diana just put undergrads and MBA programs, and it's interesting that you say that, Diana, because I am using the framework for some HBCUs here and helping them to their pre-graduation efforts now, and helping them understand the legal rules of the workplace. And I've used the framework to actually embed, particularly Pillar 3 the community resilience effort. Because when we go into workplaces, a lot of us go in and we're just kind of like, yay, we got a job, but we don't really necessarily know how to navigate those spaces. So when we're looking at community resilience, that actually lends to community wealth, because the longer you keep your job, the more promotions and whatnot you get, the more your dollar circulates in your community. So this is one of the initiatives that I'm working on with about to be grads and recent grads who are just now going into the workplace. So that's something you could think about. And I'd be happy to work with you on that if that's something that you're interested in doing. I think they're having some problems unmuting, so,
I think Ambassador should be able to unmute now. Oh, no, but we can't hear her. No, so she's still...
No, I can't hear you. No, it looks like it's on your
Yeah, but she
computer.
wrote a comment. But Ambassador, you are muted. You just have to exit and come back in. But we may be in another topic then. But write your comment there, and one of us can do it. Okay, so Dr. Shinde, allow me to thank you as always. You are a friend. You started as being a colleague. Then from there we became friends. By the way, we met in Alberta, so we've met face to face. And you are now you are officially a congresswoman from the Canadian Congress. If they didn't make you a congresswoman in the US, to hell with them.
Please, God forbid.
To hell with them. Not even to themselves anyway.
That is not, I have no aspirational goals for any of that.
No, it's interesting what's going on in the US, because anytime you guys say, my friends on the aisle, does it have to be on the aisle? Can't we just be friends? Why do you have my friends on the other aisle? My friends on the aisle. It's crazy, man. But I like that girl. What's her name? Carrie Ann. What's my favorite?
You like Jasmine? Yeah, he likes Jasmine. We all like Jasmine.
If you can bring Jasmine to me on this call, just even for 5 minutes, I would love it.
Oh my gosh, yes. Jasmine.
Yes, she's amazing.
I don't know if you remember her little line, beach blonde, bad built. We're still singing that song.
Goodness.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
No, there was one I sent to the team yesterday. She was talking about the Epstein files, and she said, I don't know if I can. I'm going to say it, like, this is our platform. He said, you know what? All the asses are online. We're going to go after the asses. I'm like, excuse me? And then somebody not asked. She said, what about Donald Trump? We're going after his ass too? I'm like,
oh, wow. Yeah. Well, today, Andrew Mountbatten was arrested. So in the UK. So really? The former prince, they just arrested him. Yeah.
Serious?
Yeah.
Oh wait, Alex, do I know something you don't? That's amazing. That's never happened.
That's So that kind of accountability is what we want. But in any case, thank you so much.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So, I think the ambassador just popped back on. Let's see if we can hear her now. Can we hear you now?
Ambassador, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I connected right from Zoom proper this time. Okay, I'm so excited to be in this space. I've been listening to the interesting conversations going on here. And it's so good to know that there is so much we can do together. You know, Blacks are special people. I'd like to believe that we are blessed. But a lot of people are not looking at Blacks from that perspective. It's also good to know that we can influence, we can make so much influence at the workplace. We can create opportunities. Like here in Nigeria, I'm based in Lagos State, by the way. So something happens, a tragedy occurs, and from a corner, somebody starts a business from there. Or maybe an event is happening, and somebody knows that a lot of people are going to be there, and they create an opportunity, and boom, market bursts from there. That's who we are. So we have this survival instinct. And if we put it in order, I bet you, there is so much we can do, we can solve. So now when you talk about the frameworks, I jotted down some things. You talked about cultural transformation. You talked about economic impact, and then community resilience. With this, the sky is just our starting point. It doesn't matter which continent you are. If you can apply these frameworks, I mean, you're good to go. So I'm still listening, and I hope to learn some more before the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Please connect with me. We can talk about it because I am doing it globally. So
Oh, wow, that's
yeah,
awesome.
please connect with me. Yeah.
Great, great.
All right. Okay, so this is good. Let's segue. We're still here and we'll have more time to chat. Henry Luyombia, I think you're next.
So I have the pleasure of introducing Henry, and thank you again, Dr. Shindale. Henry Liamba is a registered social worker, a mental health professional, and an equity specialist with extensive experience designing culturally responsive learning content for underserved communities. His work is grounded in trauma-informed, strength-based, and anti-oppression frameworks, ensuring education initiatives are practical and, most importantly, psychologically safe. Henry holds a Master of Social Work in Mental Health and Health from the University of Toronto, along with the degrees in Social Work and International Development. His interdisciplinary background connects entrepreneurship, equity, and community well-being, particularly for those navigating systemic barriers. Henry serves as Director of Mental Health and the head of Atlantic Canada's Office for the Canadian Congress on Inclusive Diversity and Workplace Equity, and has worked as a social worker with Peers Alliance in Prince Edward Island. He's also a Chief Visionary Officer with the House of Wellness, providing holistic well-being services globally. He integrates mental health, resilience, and equity-informed approaches into community learning journeys. He is a father of 4 brilliant children. He brings lived experience shaped by surviving the loss of 2 great loved ones. He quit drinking alcohol, but does not mind if you do. And I can attest to that because I've been drinking and cheersing, Henry, for a long time. But with that, I cede the floor to you, and we're looking forward to hearing more about mental health strategies. Henry, take it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sister Carrie-Ann and Dr. Shindale and everyone who shared earlier. Your messages are re-energizing, especially the times that we live in. And when we talk about people coming together for Black History Month, I'm encouraged that we're talking even beyond Black History Month. But also, I'm going to do something a little bit discomforting, because the human brain has been programmed to stay in comfort. We have been seated, most of us, maybe 98% of us are seated. But for the purpose of mental health, I'm going to gently invite you to stand if you're physically able, to stretch, to just look around the room, notice anything that is red. Yes, do like Carrie-Ann. You can stretch your arms, try to touch the ceiling, try to wave around, and also try to notice what is not on your phone or your computer or laptop. So raise your hands up. Try to follow me. Please do. I know some of you are still seated. You can do it when you're seated. Great. And we're going to the final stretch. Try to do like this. Yes. These hands are mostly typing. Just cross them over. Cross them over. Excellent, excellent. And we're going to hold on our shoulders. If you're physically able, try to play with those shoulders. Backwards and frontward. And gently focus on one item in front of you. Stay standing and gently breathe in love, compassion. Breathe out negativity, jealous, and anger. Breathe in peace, unity, and forgiveness. Breathe out anger, resentment, jealousy. Breathe in peace of mind, and exhale bad energy. One more time. Breathe in unity, health, wellness, and wealth. Breathe out negativity. And on the count of 3, come back to your seats. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Notice that little silence. Notice what we just went through. It's okay to remain silent. If we're talking mental health and racism, or racism's impact on mental health, perhaps small activities like this can get us to focus. And while today we are celebrating 30 years of Black history in Canada, we have been told that yes, it is not Black history only for Black people. Dr. Honorable Jean Augustine reminded us that in fact, Black history is Canadian history. And she's right, because before 30 years ago, many Black people had contributed significantly to the economic, social, and political transformation of this great country. But now, we are also talking mental health. If Black history is Canadian history, then Black mental health is also a Canadian responsibility. Because, let's face it, without mental health, we cannot achieve our political ambitions, we cannot participate in sports, we cannot participate in academia, do the arts, business, and entrepreneurship, and so many things. The challenge, though, is mental health is not given precedent, and in even Black communities, it's even worse because the stigma still attached to it prevents people from opening up. Yesterday, myself and our team members were talking about preparing for this conversation. And one colleague said, you know what? Services are there, but Black people don't utilize them. I added on to this conversation that services may be there, but they're not culturally relevant. In fact, we went on to say that people report a lot of discrimination when they're seeking mental health support. And so what happens when you come for services and someone doesn't really give you that welcoming look? There is chances that you'll not go back. And Statistics Canada, when I was looking up, says that 40% of non-racialized Canadians experienced racism and discrimination between 2024 and 2023 and 2024. So it's not only an inconvenience. Racism and discrimination are stressors. But we can do something. Even though it may not make it to the national headlines unless there is someone dying by suicide or shootings, we know that we can play our part as individuals, just like we did here, by doing small things consistently over time. And it starts with perhaps regulating our sleep. We live in a very competitive world where gadgets are there to destroy us. I repeat, yes, they destroy us. But if we handle our gadgets well, they can make money for us. Yesterday, one of the billionaires, Mark Zuckerberg, was testifying at the Congress why one of his apps, Instagram, is addicting children. How it came about? Because these apps have taken people's attention. That also includes taking away our sleep. And the problem is even worse for us, people of color, and also black folks. Because of the system not inviting us, we find temporary relief in scrolling Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and the like. These are creating mental health stressors. But there is good news. The good news is we have conversations like these at the Congress whereby we don't talk about only inclusivity. We talk about the other aspects of well-being. Yes, mental health is a big thing. Racial trauma. Many of us have reported at least some sort of discrimination, but we haven't healed from that. Many of us cannot access culturally relevant support services. But the beauty is that there is hope when we start to talk about it. But to prevent burnout in workplaces, I think we need to start doing things differently, including staying away from that cell phone. Yes, you could be using it to communicate to loved ones, but it's okay to be away for 1 hour, for 30 minutes. It takes time, but if we're to build mental resilience, even when we're facing racism, then we can start small. And of course, the scrolling is brought by a lot of anxiety and negativity and being irritated. I was talking to someone yesterday. He told me, I cannot stand my job. Black man in Toronto. And he's telling me, I'm talking to my boss. I want to change my shift because I can't bear it all. How can we now empower ourselves, especially black men, black young men, to seek support, to make those phone calls? Because many black Canadians are less likely to access mental health services. But imagine those in even precarious situations, underemployed or unemployed, newly arrived in the country, refugees or refugee claimants, experiencing homelessness or using drugs, or members of the TWIS LGBTQ plus community, and identify as Black. So the big question, how do we manage racism's impact? We started very well by one regulating our body, knowing that yes, I'm feeling hard. I need to slow down. I need to breathe. But we can also incorporate movement. If you notice, I've been standing most of the session. Movement is powerful. And I would urge everyone at the end of this wonderful session to spend at least 2, 3, 4 minutes outside. Despite the cold, just get on those gum boots and snow boots and take a walk. It's okay. Yes, it's okay to be in nature. Faith. Alex talked about faith. Practicing our faith. Having someone greater than you. Thank you, Sophie. Being part of community. It helps calm the nervous system. Those things are going to help address the impact of racism. But the other thing we can do is building safe circles. At the Canadian Congress, we've created an online platform. Please go and visit alexihama.com/school. SKOOL, school. alexihama.com/school. My colleague will put the link. This community is where we share information, network, slightly different from WhatsApp. There's so many WhatsApp groups, and studies are showing they're also causing more mental health damage because overwhelm, because people sharing what is trending instead of what is correct, what is right. But if we are creating safe circles where we can dialogue, welcome each other, and even share our vulnerabilities. When I was introduced earlier, talking about losing 2 great loves, let me just put it in context. It's not like I lost. I was separated. I was divorced twice from 2 women, and that caused a lot of pain. But I'm able to share some of that, perhaps to help another colleague and see how we can heal from such traumas. So we build safe circles within our communities and learn together and share meals or Zoom coffees and Zoom teas together. Fourthly, this is from Reverend Jesse Jackson. We transform pain into purpose. Alex talks about this very well. That instead of feeling pity for ourselves, let that pain become
I think Henry just cut out for us. It wasn't just me, right? We lost Henry. Okay. I'm like, is it just me? Sometimes you never know when you're on the stage by yourself.
Sorry, I don't know what happened.
You're back?
I
Okay,
was,
perfect.
I'm just concluding. I was saying that we have to transform pain into purpose. And instead of looking at the bad side of it, but taking some lessons from that. And so 30 years from now, for those who will be alive, we would love to see this is where we came from. These are the strategies we use. But very importantly, friends, is the emotional tools that we use on a daily basis. Because there is a chance that what you've learned here, you're going to forget. No judgment. Yeah.
I think we have. I think we've lost Henry again.
I can hear.
Oh, you can hear us?
Okay, so Carrie Ann, why don't you bring us home, please? Let's take it over.
Sorry. It's interesting. So we talk about spirits. It's funny. We talk about spiritual beings, and I think Henry's message is so powerful for all of us to think about how it is that we show up in community, the importance of us leveraging mental health supports and wellness supports that are available to us. It's one of the things that we talk a lot about in social services, is having access to things within our community that we either A, don't know that the access exists. And so, again, one of the things that we're looking to do is to promote in the various communities that we are in the various countries that we are in, the availability for supports. But that's one step. The other piece of it is also to encourage folks to leverage or to utilize those systems. And so I'm hoping that, as Henry said, when we leave here, if we leave here with doing one action thing, my personal hope is that our action is that we are willing and able to admit when we need help, and we're willing and able to reach out to the services. Some of the services we know are not necessarily made for us by us, but there are some that are, and so let's come together as a community and be able to thrive. With that, I see Dr. Cheryl. I probably say your last name wrong. I deeply apologize. Okioli, but you have been pretty active in the chat. I would love to give you an opportunity. I don't know if you have anything you'd want to share or reflections.
Yeah, thank you. And it is Okoli. Imagine I have an apostrophe after my O and the L-I is Lee, as in Bruce Lee. Okoli. That's okay. Yeah, no, I always enjoy attending these symposiums, anything actually helped by the Canadian Congress, because I find it very informative and just a network. I always have a feeling of solidarity when I attend, a feeling of these are people who can understand what certain minorities might experience or are experiencing. So you could just say, I feel like it's this sort of tribe of some sort, so to speak. And I've enjoyed listening to Honorable Dr. Jean Augustine. I mean, it's such a privilege to be in the same room. And she called me by name, just I know that sounds funny and trivial, but again, that speaks something more beyond just she called me by name. If she could have called anyone's name. My point is, again, coming back to the whole diversity, inclusion, you like to see that you've been seen, you've been invited to the table, and then you have a sense of belonging. And this platform that Mr. Alex has created is such a forum that's created that where people feel seen and heard. Like even now calling me out here, you saw me. I did not plan on speaking publicly, but you saw me, called me out, and again, I was like, okay, they really do see everyone. You might not call on everyone out there that's here, but you do see them. So I was honored just a little bit for Black History Month because the Honorable Jean Augustine, my understanding is there was a post on LinkedIn asking what people are doing to commemorate Black History Month. So I'm new to the locality where I am, which is Beaumont, Alberta. And to cut a long story short, an organization called the Black Impact Alliance Foundation of Beaumont reached out to me to help her, the chair reached out to me to help her come up with some activity for the high school, the local high school. They've never celebrated Black History Month, is my understanding. And to cut a long story short, yesterday we held the first ever historic African heritage fashion show, but it was an edutainment component, whereby there was education given about the different attires, the heritage, what they meant. And my goodness, the entire atrium was full of students. They were so palpable. The pictures, like I'm just looking at pictures, just smiling and beaming from ear to ear. But it's not just the minority students, those of African heritage. The Caucasians models for the teachers were part of it, and they wore our attire, ethnic heritage. So that gave me an opportunity, because someone might say, my goodness, what is someone with your qualifications doing as an MC or narrator at a fashion event? But I said to myself, wait a minute, every single opportunity, no matter how minute, that you get an opportunity to impact and influence is tremendous. Because you never know whenever, even if it's one student's life that heard something. So I basically tailored my initial speech narration to 3 main topics. I talked about identity, cultural humility, and purpose, and tied it all in together. So I'm just sharing that here in this forum, that again, for people who might be wondering, what can I do for Black History Month? Well, number one, yes, you've attended this, which is wonderful, but think outside the box of how you can make an impact. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
No, and thank you for sharing. And it's interesting because you intersect quite well with what Chief Peter Slowly was saying, right? It's not just enough to show up, like you actually have to be part of the community. You need to engage. You need to have that impact, and it doesn't matter who you are, you have a presence. And so congratulations. And I'm sure those that are in the Alberta district that you are in are going to thrive because of the work that you did this week.
Yeah.
Henry,
Let me jump in there for a minute. Let me honor all of you on the line. Some of you I know, some of you I don't. Some of you I know by name because you're always showing up, and I appreciate that. On behalf of the Canadian Congress, Pat Tomlinson, you are extraordinary. Here and I haven't spoken for years, brother. You continue to always show up. You don't have to, but you do. And at your level, you are showing the example that we never get too old or too retired or too learned to learn. I'm inspired by it, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Seta Sadu, if I remember correctly, that's you. You participate in some women program somewhere in Ontario. And if that's you, you can give a thumbs up or put on the chat. If that's not you, then maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe it's a different part. I'm listening, by the way, but I don't think so. And Seta, I think you're the one who was supposed to do some things way, way, way back, if I recall correctly. Relita Allen, I'm not going to go through every name, but just names that stands out. Erica, I saw your name previously. Now we have a lot of Ericas that show up, but your last name is unique. F-U-H-R. I don't know if you pronounce it, but it's like her. Maybe I missed it, but thank you. You were here also a few weeks ago at the Congress. Raquel Forrester, I don't think we've ever met. Maybe we have, but your name again continue to consistently show up. Beverly, I just spoke to your husband, by the way. I told him, I said, there's somebody with your last name. I said, that's my wife. So I just spoke to your husband, by the way. So thank you for showing up. You know, I know you all came to support Augustine, but you stayed and you're here, and we don't take it. Okay, Erica said pronounce correct. Okay, thank you, Erica. Yes, yeah, I would love to know you all better at some point. But Beverly, thank you for showing up and for being here as well. Iraqi first, I know I see you on LinkedIn, or I see your profile on LinkedIn. I don't think we've ever met. Sylvia Bishop, I can't forget you because your last name has Bishop in it. So thank you. I think you talked about people with accessibility. If I recall, I recall things. So thank you for that. I don't know if Michelle Buckland is still online, but we have brought Michelle Buckland to work with us to create more accessibility program for organization. Michelle Buckland, I don't know if you're still here, since we started the Congress 6 years ago after George Floyd, if we do an event, feedback, it says no accessibility. So anytime she registers, I panic. I'm like, my goodness. So I had to go and study accessibility just for her. And I thank you for that. So, and the rest of you, I don't mention your name. Oh my goodness, Linda Carter. You are an icon, right? Diane, is that not true? Linda is an icon. Absolutely. Linda, I'm going to take a stab in the back, as they say. Linda is the daughter of the first Black judge in Canada.
Oh.
Am I correct? Diana, am I correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
Correct.
Linda,
Correct. I'm here. Yes.
okay. Yes. Say hello to the house. Say why you're
First-
muted. Say hello.
First Black Canadian born judge, Judge Georgie Carter. Absolutely.
Yes. And is there a documentary done on him yet? I think you were working on one.
I did one. I did it several years ago. It's called The Making of a Judge.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
called
So
The Making of a Judge. And I have teacher's guides attached to the DVD. And I'm screening it. You know, I'd like to get it into the schools and screen it more. But it is here. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's, I mean, you and I are connected, but we're still Black history. We can do it, write about it and throw it in one of our newsletter. 50,000 people want to get access to that and promote it. It needs to be promoted. You are doing a fantastic job. Can I ask you a question? Didn't mean to do this, but how was it to be the daughter of the first Black judge? That was the ages ago. So if we're experiencing racism now, I'm thinking it must have been bad during that time. Like, what do you have to say about that, Linda Carter?
It was definitely a challenge. It was definitely a challenge when we moved into our area where I was raised out in Etobicoke, Islington. They started a petition. The person across the street started a petition. He was a lawyer, as was my father, but they started a petition. And luckily, the neighbors had enough sense to say, we don't want that here. So they didn't. So they moved. The people across the street moved, and then we were fine. We had the same neighbors for the next 60 years. And, you know, it was multicultural. It was Italian, it was Ukrainian, it was French Canadian. It was great. It was a good neighborhood. But of course, there were a lot of racism when we grew up where we wanted to live. I understand that there was an area just on the other side of the street. Well, I was raised at Kipling and Rathburn, and that they would not allow Blacks to live there at the time. So Dad went one street south. But there was racism, of course, and you know, I think my father was able to just shoulder it and just go on and just do good work. And he played a lot of cricket, and that helps. Sports is always a great equalizer, you know.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. So, I mean, but is that not interesting? You're talking 60 years later that even now there are places you still want to move into. The real estate will lie to you so you don't move into that neighborhood. So they may not start a petition today, but they do have a silent petition, silent auction, silent petition, right? Yeah. So would you say the needle now? Yes, needle move. How much did it move? Did it move? So would you have said 60 years ago we still be faced with it today? Would you have thought that at that time?
Would I have thought of it? You mean like now today?
Yeah, but it's still here today. Like I know that even when I wanted to buy a house at one time, it was Royal Young. They whipped us out.
Sure, it's quiet, but it still happens. It still happens in communities, and you just have to just go forth and just carry it and just be where you want to be. Absolutely. Because they can't stop you. They might want to make it uncomfortable. But what's wonderful, I find, is that when you have children and the kids go to school together, and that's a bond that they don't see the color, particularly when they're young. They don't see that color. So they're all growing up together. And it's so good to have a racially diverse racially diverse neighborhood because the kids grow together. Then the families come together and the lines start to be blurred. But it's a challenge, and it is something that we have had to deal with and continue to deal with over the years. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you for your advocacy and the work you continue to do. Correct me, Karen, I think we are in the chatting. People can chat now and ask their question if they want to. Let me give you the right to unmute yourself if you will. Mute yourself if you have nothing to say, but you have the right to unmute now if you wanted to share a thought. We are rounding up. We normally do this full day, right? After Just Floyd, we're doing 2 days, 3 days. So like nobody did. We were crazy with these things, right? So I would do 2 days, sometimes 60 speakers, and we have 700 people online, 500 people online, right? Over time, it's kind of went down, but still, it doesn't mean that people changed. It just means that a lot of awareness were given. So if you wanted to share a thought or ask a question, raise your hand with that emoji stuff, and Karian will bring you on. We want to hear everybody's thought as much as possible, and then Karian will bring us to a close. So we have about 10 minutes or so to speak. Augustine Obioso, I see your name too in almost all our events. Is that you? Is that true? Are you the one I see the name? Obioso, I remember the name, St. Augustine. So that's how I remember. I see names, I type into something. So you are St. Augustine. That's how so are you the one that's always showing up in my event?
Yes.
Did we ever meet?
Yeah, one time, but we couldn't meet when you came to Lagos.
So we didn't meet, but that's when you started to follow me, I'm presuming.
No, I've been following you for long, but you were coming to Lagos, so you informed me that you'll be around in Lagos, but we couldn't meet.
Oh, okay, so you are the guy on my Facebook, right? Tracking me down. Okay,
yes.
So this is the first time you're talking to me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so I can see some excitement in your face. Me too, I'm excited. Any question for me? Ask me any question.
It's always enriching when I listen to most of the presentations, especially from Dr. Schindler, because I just moved over to United States last year, December. So I've been trying to get a place to work. So most of those issues about diversity and inclusion, because when you are in Nigeria and they are talking about it, you won't understand it till you step out of the shores of the country and meet yourself in another environment that is a different culture. So the reaction and the perception about people and the Blacks, going to know about the history of the Blacks in all these established areas. So, but if you come to think of it, it's not everybody that have that heart to talk, and it's not everybody that has that spirit to act, because it's two things. You have the intention, but to bring it out and put it in motion is a problem, because that's the challenge that is affecting in most places. Because you listen to some people, even my encounters all along walking, the perception that people see about being in a leadership position, yes, is my right. Then what about those following? You don't pass on something. Like the work we are doing now is something that you are doing it with passion. For long, I've been following you and talking people that you have trained. Like the last one that we had in January about, I've forgotten his name, that was involved in, he came over the States and was working as a
Orlando Bowen.
Orlando, yeah. You see the fate he faced. Why? Because he was looked down on. And at the end of the day, because he is someone that believes in God and his faith see him through. So these are the challenges most of us face silently. And if you expect people in that position to act, they don't. And if you see the ones that will help, most of them don't have the resources. So I pray, and I'm really taking that as a challenge. to continue pushing to talk to people, because that's my own let me say my own call as well. In the little way I can, encouraging people in our profession and
It's not a little way. It's in a big way. It's just
yeah.
So it's obviously you. I don't know if you have my direct cell, but send me a message directly. I'd love to learn more about you and support you in whichever way I can. Maybe mentor you or grant you some courses online. You seem very humble.
Okay.
Your name, I see you everywhere. You follow me, and it's first time we're dialoguing. So
Thank you, sir.
and there are people. Just so you know, there are people who are following you. You just don't know it yet. Once you start speaking, they will start coming out.
Exactly.
And I'm not just speaking to you, I'm speaking to everybody.
Exactly.
Like, many of us like to go to events to hear people speak, which is great. But we also have things to share, right? So,
sir.
Yeah, thank you for that. And by the
Thank
way,
you so much.
I put on the chat our school platform, SKOL. It's right there. Join it. And so that we can dialogue. That's really where we dialogue and continue. We used to use WhatsApp, but WhatsApp is completely, we've outgrown it. And WhatsApp, if you put a question, before somebody put 2, 3, 4, 5 questions, your question is lost. But this one stores it. So I'm inviting everybody, please, Henry, that link is there, that you can join school. Any other person want to unmute and say hello or ask a question, you're free. Sophia Waterman, I don't know if you heard me before. I'm going to pick on you again. That your picture. I'm like, this woman is just smiling. That's amazing. Until I realized that it was actually a picture. I'm going to go change my picture and put me smiling. So any other person want to say hello or question, please. This is when we do it. We're rounding up. Seta, is that you? Was that correct? Maybe you're joining from work. Sylvia. Some of them are joining from work, I presume.
Well, yeah, I think maybe. So, Alex, I think what I'll do is I'll do a quick wrap up.
Okay.
And so folks can start thinking about reflection. It's too bad Dr. Mary Gargan isn't here, because I'd normally hand it off to her to do a reflective exercise. But part of it is 100% recognizing the fact that we sit in Black History Month. We sit in a month where people are watching us. One of the things that I love about Black History Month is the celebration of all of the things that we have done. I think, Alex, you just named it. When we think about the big things that have happened, but it's the little things. I think we often forget that there are little people watching us. They're watching every move that we make. And I think that we often forget the impact that we're making in the lives of not only those that are Black young children, but of other ethnicities or minorities. And so the fact that each and every single one of you, I think there's 23 of us that are still on this line. This morning we started with, I believe it was 80. The fact that you took the time to come out, to commemorate with us, to learn with us, to grow with us, to share your knowledge, and please feel free to continue to put things in the chat or to put up your hand to speak, is incredible. So for those of you that were here this morning, you would have gone through the journeys, beginning with official remarks from Carmen Hanson-Hoyt, talking a little bit about what we were expecting and experiencing today. We then moved to an opening message, the Canadian National Anthem, and Lift Every Voice. We then moved to Alex Ihama doing a welcome message and introduction. And part of his message this morning for us was really looking at paying attention to the world around us, looking at the corridors of power. And one of the questions that he asked us this morning was, what is one value that you miss seeing in the corridors of power? And those of you that were able to respond, we talked about compassion, love, empathy, transparency, and integrity. You joined from all over the world. Some of you were in Jamaica, some of you were in Alberta, some of you were in Brampton, some of you in Toronto, from PEI and from Mississauga. Some of you are from Lagos, some of you are in Nigeria, some of you in the United States of America. All that to say that we made a presence here today. We had a very powerful commemorative flower tossing session with Dr. Jean Augustine. I think, Henry, I believe, did a thank you or an honorary to those that we have lost recently. And it's the same thing that we need to continue considering is those that are there with us today, like Dr. Jean Augustine, that we are giving them the flowers while they are here. and not just reserving those flowers when they were gone. And so looking to all the work that she has done in Sikasau, being the first Black House sitting in House Member of Parliament, sorry, and all those that have come after her and trailing those, being able to follow through the trails that she has blazed, looking at the pain and the passion that those that came even before her, so the suffragettes that made women, or that went to England so that women can be recognized as women or as people, we can't forget those initiatives that were done long before us. And we need to continue to ensure the fact that we continue to maintain those rights. We then moved on to a reflection with we call him Dr. Jane and Finch, so Dr. Winston LaRose, who brought us through, the importance of community involvement, community engagement. We then moved on to Chief Peter Slowly. And when Alex says he's been waiting for 5 years to talk to him, I'm right along with him, because again, recognizing that, we are often in rooms where we are the only one. And he did that in a room where, as a police chief, that is a room that comes with a lot of weight. And he did it with grace, and he did it with love and with kindness. And so again, just when we talk about those flowers, recognizing the fact that we have so many among us that are taking risks. One of the things that he talked about was the risk that he took for race, for looking at carding segregation or race-based data collection as well, which he didn't really talk about, but that put him on a ledge. And so the question is, are we willing to be on a ledge? I think, Alex challenged us earlier in his opening around the fact that there are people that send him DMs, private messages, that will congratulate him for the words he's saying, but the fact that we will not say a like or a thank you or acknowledge it. And so just being able to understand the fact that we should not just have folks that are there as sacrificial lambs, but we also have a responsibility to demonstrate our capabilities and our willingness to speak the words that folks don't want to be spoken, or to be a little bit controversial at times. We then moved into Dr. Shinda Sally, talking about the profitability of Blacks in leadership, and really putting us to a call to action that we are, especially if we are leaders, Black leaders, that we are doing more than just showing up, that we are looking at our economic empowerment, that we are pressing forward, that we are giving back, that we are finding ways to empower, ignite, and initiate our community. And I think one of the things that stuck with me out of her talk was really around the economic architecture. So yes, it's important for us to know about profits and loss, but it's important for us to remember about culture, about innovation, about community, and about wealth, because that's how it is that we demonstrate our values to folks. Another piece that I took away from her was, being able to show up as authentically ourselves, be able to measure the wealth creation that we have, and to be able to commit to being community first. And so if anything that we do at the Congress is we try to demonstrate what community first looks like. We then moved on to, sorry to go back to my notes. We then moved on to Henry, who took us through a stretch and then a wellness exercise, talked about mental health and the importance of having mental health and wellness and being able to not only access, leverage, and utilize the services that are around us. And then we wrapped it up, or we are wrapping it now, with this conversation around how do we show up. And so with that, we have 5 minutes left, and I would love to hear from those of you that have been here today that are interested in sharing. If you are taking away one thing, what would that be? Oh, perfect. Sorry, I couldn't see it.
Yeah.
Who was it, Peter?
Yes, and I think some of them said they could not unmute, so let's redo that again. Mute, allow participants. So that was my fault. I do apologize. Sophia, I certainly want to hear you speak. What am I looking at? This is Brandy, right?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me. And I really want to extend my gratitude to Sida, who invited me under her invitation. So I'm showing as Sida, but my name is Lindy Wesitole. and just being on this platform, I'm at work, so I'm kind of multitasking. So I was listening in and learning, and I can tell you there was so much to take away from this platform, and I am truly, truly grateful for the opportunity that I was able to just participate by listening and learning. And there's so many powerful things that have been shared. I took down names, and I'm looking to dig deeper more about the different speakers that spoke, and to learn from all of you. And I work with a lot of people myself, and I'm in the Windsor area. I do employment counseling at the moment, but my background is education. I hail from the land of Zimbabwe, and it is really wonderful to see people alike, and to just, there are things that you say that really stood out to me. Things like walking into a room and just feeling like, oh, there's nobody who looks like me, until you see somebody and you can feel that alliance, and just knowing that somebody can be able to see you. And something was mentioned about walking with confidence and pride. And that's something that I find that has also helped me in the spaces that I find myself in. And of course, going there with grace and humility. And thank you so much. There's so much I can say, but all I can really say right now is I'm eternally grateful that I was able to be a part of this platform this afternoon. So thank you very much for organizing this. And Sita, thank you so much. I see you, Miriam. Congratulations, girl. Congratulations. Super proud of you. Thank you so much, everybody.
No, don't buy it. So I got you busted, basically, right? So you are not Cedar.
No, I am not Sita. That's why I mentioned that I'm
Yeah,
using
okay,
Sita's
yeah.
ID, but I was invited by Sita, so that's why I had to introduce myself and let you guys know my full name is Lindy Wesitole.
Okay, do you mind putting that on the chat? So where is she at? Where is Cedar?
She is there somewhere. I don't know if she's still logged on, but I think she is. But I know she's also at work, so she could be doing other
Yeah.
things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think we met, but I know we connected years ago. She came to our event, and I know she's always been there.
Okay.
So extend my love and
Speaking
salutation
to
to her.
me? Was it,
Is she here?
did you call my name?
Sheila, is that you?
No, it's Linda.
Oh, okay, no, Linda. Okay, we're talking about Sheila, but you
Okay.
too, I love you.
Okay.
So yeah, so extend, yeah, okay, so Lindy Way. Okay, Lindy Way from Zimbabwe. Lindy
That
Way
is
from Zimbabwe.
correct.
I will memorize that. C4. Memorize
Bless
that.
your
Okay.
heart. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Okay. There's a
Thank you
link there
very
on the
much.
chat to join us online where we communicate. It's a platform called School. Henry, drop it up there again.
Will do. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Brandy Ryan,
Hello.
you are one of the busiest EDI experts on LinkedIn. For sure. And you I see the work you are doing at KPMG. Is that correct?
That's correct. And apologize, I was late. I had to speak today as well. I had a speaking engagement, but I did want to be here because I think the work that you've put together and just this Congress is so important. I've been doing corporate EDI for like 20 years now, and it worked in a lot of workplaces. And, it's hard work. It takes a lot of us, but I'm still here for it, and I'm still excited that we can all collaborate and share it, and especially in a time when we need to put our arms around each other more than ever, and we need to, stay vigilant. I was reflecting on the passing of Reverend Jesse Jackson and just how, you can spend your entire life working for civil rights, your entire life making improvements for people and fighting, for others, and fighting for equality. And, in a year or less, a lot of your progress can be overturned, and then um, that can be very difficult, and almost feeling like, hopelessness. There's a sense of hopelessness, I think, when we sort of see the result of some of the things that have happened recently. But when I hear about things like this, and, when I think about groups like the Congress and this event, and obviously Dr. Jane Augustine, like that's where we come together and we keep this going. And so I'm very pleased to be invited, very pleased to hear from all of you. And like I said, it's important work that still needs to carry on. And so thanks for the invite, and I'm looking forward to hearing more and being included in more of these calls.
I appreciate you coming out. I know you have a minute to connect. Carrie Ann, do me a favor. Note her name down for the Women's Empowerment Forum for International Women's Celebration in March. Certainly Dr. Cheryl Okoli, I would love her to be part of that panel, and Diane D'Souza. So these three women, I know we have over 200 women, but I know when we start selecting, I may not remember. So these three of them, yes, and please put on the chat, the WhatsApp group with the speakers, that women who want to speak for the International Women's Day celebration, we are going to need 21 of them. So I already nominated 3, so that leaves, with you 4, so that leaves 16 or 17, thereabout. So thank you for the work you're doing, Brandy. We'll connect at least one-on-one at some point to chat. Who else wants to say something? Come on. Sylvia Bishop, today nothing? You're always talking. Okay. Diana, you know you're my hero. This woman is something else.
Well, Alex, Carrie Ann, Henry, I can't tell you what my soul feels like. Thank you for the exercise you gave us, Henry. I think we all need it in so many ways. We're always on the run, whether you said what you use your social media, whatever. I think it's time for us sometimes to spend that moment embracing each other, paying attention to each other. Brandy, I'm honored to meet you. I've heard so much about you, Dr. Cheryl, and to many others. Carrie Ann, I think the world of you. You know that. You are my young hero, and I love you to no end. My Alex Guruji, he is a Guruji to me, and I lift up my spirit each day, Alex, because I see you constantly spreading the news, the good news in our world. And I can't tell you more than saying I appreciate you and love you. So to each of you attending, for me as an ally, my life was rooted in supporting. I didn't support the South Asians, although they're always embracing. I supported our Black individuals since going to Guyana in the late 60s, early 70s, and came back knowing that we had a purpose. And Alex will let you know that I have, in a sense, as a co-founder, built a cadre of Black individuals who are success stories, over 1,500. They're physicians and name it, business gurus, etc. So through your inspiration, we have a responsibility, and I want to let you know and be assured I'm with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. One more, and then I'll bring it to a close. We're right on time. One more person. Yes, Sophia. Yes.
What? Hi, good afternoon. Thank you again, Alex and Henry.
Yes.
Thank you. When I first heard of the Canadian Congress, I was in Sheridan College 2015, 2018, and I joined it. Then I never heard anything. I'm like, what is this about? I'm curious. And a couple of years ago, Henry started sending me these links and said, Sophie, this is something that is great. You should come on and have a view of it. And since then, every time I get the opportunity, I've been coming on. Sorry, this is one of the first time my camera is not on because I have a debt in dealing with right now. So I'm not on camera, but I've been here from the very moment I came on. I have not left. That being said, one of the things I do as a financial advisor now, I didn't continue with HR because it's not my niche. I couldn't do it. But as a financial advisor, and I'm seeing all of the groups and companies, Black community, almost every Black community I see sponsored by a bank. And we know the banking system not designed for us. how can we get our community to get out from the banking system? Not going to teach us, not going to help us, not going to bill us, just going to take us and use us and toss us out as poor Black people in our late 70s or whatever. How can we get out the Black organization to get out from the banks and come towards individual company individual people like myself that are independent and can sponsor them and probably propel financial information in those organizations? I don't know if that. Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, absolutely. So send me that message or send it to Henry, right? I will look at it. You look like somebody we can also. We have lots of events. Like I said, over 500, 500 speakers we've had. In fact, we have a flyer that says honoring the 100 women who've spoken at the Congress. When we posted that, we got backlash from almost 50 women. I said, but I spoke, I'm not on the flyer. So we don't risk it anymore and say, here's all the speakers we've had, but we do know them. Yes, since you are in touch with Henry, send Henry what you have. And we certainly don't, we have not given opportunities to our large following to learn a lot more about financial empowerment. So allow me to say that. It is something I have in mind. We just haven't had the opportunity to do that. So if you are good in this and this is what you do, then perhaps we can look at it. Another one is career progression, and another one is technological advancement, how the IT. There are women in IT. Karianne, please make a note. We need to find some of those women in IT. I actually know some of them actually on LinkedIn. But there are women who want to advance in those areas. So there are many areas we haven't stepped into. We have been so focused on what we're doing. So send Henry what you have and we'll look at it. So allow me to close at this point with a few words, and we can stay on for a while, but just allow me to formally close this and we'll end it streaming online and everything. You know, I mean, I've given thousands and thousands of speeches. My first diversity speech was 1999, August. I remember it, Bank of Montreal. I didn't even know what it was. I just knew there was racism. And to Obira's point just now, I came to this country. I came as a Black person. I didn't come as I came as an African, rather. I didn't come as a Black person. But not too long, they started to call me Black and things like that. I was like Black. I used to love Levi's 501 jeans. I don't know if they still have Levi's jeans. And it was very Black. And I said, but I'm not like Levi's. But in any case, I learned quickly, and that was my first speech. Since then, I can tell you I've given thousands of it, thousands and thousands. If I add my leadership speaking and my strategy speaking, I'm probably 12, 15,000 messages I've given. 400 cities. I often use the cities because somewhere like in the US, there are 7 to 9 cities I'm always speaking out there. And in Canada and in Jamaica, different places, over 40 nations at least. I probably get into trips and now I have to take account. I've learned a couple of things, right? One, be purposeful in your approach. Don't get distracted. Don't get, my focus. Look at me. You shoot me. Literally, I know the bullet's coming here. One, I won't die anyway. But my focus is like razor blade. Don't get distracted. Be purposeful in your approach. I often say leadership is a spirit that can only be ignited by purpose, sustained by passion, and guided by principles, which means you can't be voted into leadership, elected into leadership, promoted into leadership. You cannot even be coronated into leadership. It's a spirit that comes alive in your belly once you discover something you are willing to die for. A lot of people, they want to be inspired, they want to be motivated, nothing wrong with that. But the moment you now go in the terrain of what I call the Rosa Parks terrain, whereby you say enough is enough. To me, enough is enough. I smell racism from afar. I sniff it like a dog sniffs the cocaine in the airport. Seriously. And now I don't fight every battle, but I make sure that my position is clear. So secondly, I'll say, Henry Luyombia, it does that best. You only have one life. Me, the way you're looking at, God is who preserved me. I fainted 2 years ago, dropped. If there was no 911, 1, 2, 3, wake up, 1, 2, 3. I was gone. Gone. God says, no, my time's not done. I learned a couple of things. Near-death experience. I've had 2 or 3 actually near-death experience. Some of you don't know the other 2, but you know the one I fainted in Toronto somewhere. All right, fair. I had a car accident. Car was written off. Like I can't even describe that. Another one, I almost drowned. Drank a lot of water in the Atlantic, south of France. I went on holiday. That wave came, picked me up from the beach, and took me inside. I was drinking water with sand and grass until I had some, miracle, and I was safe. So, what's my point? For those who believe that Jesus came, died already. For me, he didn't come to come and die for anybody. He says, make a difference, make an impact. That's what I want to do. Take time for yourself. That's the point. Take time for yourself. Take time for yourself. Take time for yourself. Please, even after this call, spend 30 minutes if you can, 10 minutes if you can, and just reflect. Reflection, I don't know if Dr. Mary Grogan is still here. She talks about reflective. You reflect. I do a lot of reflection, 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours a day. I'm going to go for a walk. I just walk. I've already done 1 hour walk this morning, 1.5. I'm doing around 2 hours later. That walk time is just me and me. I don't see people. I don't see cars. I make sure I stay off the road. And sometimes I'm right here just looking out my window, looking at nothing. Please, I'm begging you, make sure you take time for yourself. And number 3, give somebody a helping hand. There's no 7 laws to greatness. Just give somebody a helping hand. Take this link, share it with somebody to encourage them. Send a message to somebody in your workplace. This one I'm going to say is just emotional to me. I went in a meeting. I worked in the bank 16 years, 15 years, 16 promotion. My salary grew 1,000%. I worked for Bank of Montreal, CIBC, and Royal Bank. Then I worked for Monetary Solution, one of that technology company. So I was a corporate guy. The people running the banks today, many of them were my colleagues in the bank. They know me very well. They're running the bank. But I was the one who amplified the Black employee network in CIBC. The first Black executive that they didn't have. I said I needed a Black executive. They didn't have. After 156 years, because of my advocacy in the bank, they went to hire a Black executive. So my point here is I went for a meeting and they said, Robert, real name. I don't recall his last name. Real name, Robert. Oh, where's Robert? Oh, you didn't hear? What? Robert died over the weekend. Really? Oh, wow. Was he married? Did he have kids? You know, this next thing, the big short executive walked in. Okay, sorry, I'm late. I just need to circle back. All those fancy words, circle back, whatever they said in corporate words these days. Oh, where's Robert? Everyone's like, what? He passed away this weekend. Really? Oh my goodness. Was he married? Same question. Yes. Did he have kids? Same question. Yes. The next question from this woman's mouth, I could not believe it. It still traumatizes me today. Did they send somebody to represent him in this meeting? Jesus! I'm still shocked. I'm still shocked. The woman's name is in my head. Anybody that tells me they carry that name, I always look at them. I struggle with it. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? The same sentence, less than 1 second later, millisecond. And I'm thinking, and people responded. I couldn't move past that moment. I learned something. If you're in a workplace or you're in a church place, you're in a community place, you're in a LinkedIn place, you're in a Facebook place, wherever you find yourself, you never know what somebody is struggling with. Encourage people, especially when 2 of you are heading the same direction. I post a lot about the nonsense going on in the US. The people that support my post will send me inside LinkedIn, inside Facebook. Hello, Pete. Yeah, that's great. Yes. The ones that hate it, they attack me. I wake up in the morning, there's 7, 8 attacks. The Trump followers. The ones that support, they don't. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. The least you can do, like I said, if you cannot be in the front of the war, encourage those who are. Don't back down and let people be battered. Don't be that. There's a story of what is it called? The Good Samaritan. It says he was dying. People were pastor passed, priest passed, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, they all passed. And it took some regular guy who took him to the hotel. So I appreciate all of you, those who check up on me. I have 420 voicemail on my phone, which I'm not going to listen to. I have so many messages which I'm not. The reason is most of them, 99, they are pulling Alex, this, Alex, that. The people that encourage me, they know where to find me, and people like Diane and Perian and Mary and Paul. So let's spread that love. Last word I will use, Miriam Williams. You all know this very well. She said, "Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate." Come on now, if you are following me, just put love sign yes on that chat. Our deepest fear, she said, is not that we are inadequate. As a Black people, we are more than adequate. Yes, white are adequate too. I'm not saying they are not by default, but we are. For generations, they've told us that we are not enough, we are not significant, we are not smart. They even said we are monkey. Only recently here, there was a game, you can Google it, one professional player. He scored a goal and the other team called him monkey. Monkey, monkey, monkey. Monkey. They are still calling, look at Donald Trump. Put Obama as monkey. Nonsense. Nonsense. Tell them I said nonsense. This is recorded. It's on Zoom. It's everywhere. Nonsense. We are not, the deepest fear is not that we're inadequate. Our deepest fear, my friends, is that we are powerful beyond measure. If you are, put it on the chat, say I am. Capitalize it. Our deepest fear, that is me. I don't know about you. Look at me well. I tell people I'm not human anymore. I come down to fellowship. I have my own realm. I have transcended the realm of stoppable. I'm now in the realm of unstoppable. You can't stop me anymore. Only when my time's done that I'll be stopped. I collapsed, I didn't die. God saved me. That means my time's done. So you have to go away with this, knowing fully well that you are more powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that frightens us, said Miriam Williamson. We ask ourselves, some of you are asking yourself, many of you ask me, you ask yourself, who am I to be brilliant? I'm Black, I'm fat. There's a woman that told me this in Bank of Montreal. I got promotion, I got 16 promotion, my salary grew 1,000, so I was always getting promotion. And she looked at me, Alex, oh, congratulations, another promotion, all in 6 months, come on. Then I looked at her, I was just trying to be nice. Her name is Anne. I won't mention the last name, I remember it. I say, oh, Anne, come on now, you've been in the bank before me. Like, I mean, look at you too. She said, Alex, don't patronize me. And she said something that broke my heart. I still carry it today. She said, look at me. I'm a woman. I'm Black and I'm fat. Where am I going in the bank? That's what she said. I'm a woman, I'm Black and I'm fat. There are many people that carry that in their head. Before I started public speaking, I say I have an accent, I'm African, I don't have my MBA. The moment I did away with those, my goodness, I know they are bigger speakers, but I'm an entity. I became my own entity. I'm an industry. Say to yourself, I'm not here to impress you. I'm here to impress upon you. We ask, who am I to be brilliant? Who am I to be gorgeous? Who am I to be talented? Who am I to be fabulous? Do away with those questions. Actually, Miriam Williams said, who are you not to be? She reminded us, you are a child of God. Put it on the chat. I am a child of God. I am a child of God. I am a powerhouse. I am an industry. Look at me. If they kicked me out of primary school, kicked me out of secondary school, kicked me out of nursery school, how you kick out a 4-year-old kid? Kick me out of university, just so you know too. They kicked me out. And now they are giving me honorary doctorate degree from everywhere in the world. I don't even take it. It's the truth. I'm not a fan of conventional education. So I created a school of greatness, 200,000 students in 45 nations. So you are a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightening about shrinking so other people won't feel insecure around you. My friend, there's a coach, I don't recall his name. He said it perfectly. He says, I won't allow your insecurity dampen my confidence. I won't allow your insecurity. Like if you're looking at me right now, you're insecure. I feel sorry you are. Build yourself up. But I'm not going to let that dampen my confidence. My confidence, I won't. So there's nothing enlightening about shrinking so other people won't feel insecure around you. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It's not just in some of us, she said. It's in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, right? My own light is shining. Some of you came to see my light. That's the truth. The young man did. Some said they have. You came to see the light of the other speakers. You came to see the light of those. But as he says, as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people the permission to do the same. Go to your workplace and shine. Go to your neighborhood and shine. Go to your place of work, prayer, church, wherever you are going, and shine. We unconsciously give people the permission to do the same. And as we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberate others. That's my last word. I love you all. Henry and Kerry-Ann, and Wes is not here, and those that frankly stand with me and stand with us offline, the people that support us, and I'm even talking people from Moy to Chrissy and to those who helped to build this platform. My heart goes to you. Thank you for coming. And again, Henry, put that chat there, school. I would love you to join the school and network with us. Henry, please copy and paste the school. All right, that's it from me. God bless you.
I think, Alex, what would be quite fitting, being the fact that we're sitting in Black History Month, I would love to close with Maya Angelou's famous poem, Still I Rise. It says, you may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like the moons and like the suns, with the certainty of the tides, just like the hopes bringing high, still I'll rise. Did you want me to see me broken, bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened my soulful cries? Does my haughtiness offend you? Don't you take it awful and hard, 'cause I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I'll rise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise that I dance like I've got diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out of the hunts of history's shame, I rise. Up from the past that rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide. Leaving behind the nights of terror and the fear, I rise. Into the daybreak, that wondrously clear, I rise, bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave,